do the division bell for the first 10 minutes in the initial stage. Now, honor members, now we can transact business. We can transact business.
Order number 1, administration of oath. Order number 2, communication from the chair. Order number 3, messages.
Honor members, this is a message regarding request for approval of stoppage of transfers to county governments. Pursuant to provisions of Standing Order number 42, I wish to convey to the House that I have received a message from the Acting Cabinet Secretary for the National Treasury and Planning regarding a request for approval of stoppage of transfers of equitable share of revenue for the financial year 2019-2020 to county governments. Honourable members, pursuant to the provisions of Section 97, Subsection 2 of the Public Finance Management Act of 2012, the Acting Cabinet Secretary is seeking approval of the House for stoppage of transfer to 15 county governments as contained in Circular number 20 of 2019, dated the 19th of November 2019. Honourable members, for clarity, Section 97 of the Public Finance Management Act states as follows. Subsection 1, where the Cabinet Secretary makes a decision to stop the transfer of funds to a state organ or public entity in accordance with Article 225, Clause 3 of the Constitution and the provisions of these acts, the Cabinet Secretary shall stop the payment and inform the Controller of Budgets in respect of A, the date from when the stoppage of transfer of funds takes effect, and B, the nature of serious material breaches or persistent material breaches committed by the state organ or public entity. 2, not later than 7 days after the date of the decision to stop the transfer of funds, the Cabinet Secretary shall seek approval from Parliament. 3, within 14 days after the decision to stop the transfer of funds under subsection 1, the Controller of Budgets shall investigate the matter and submit a report to Parliament in accordance with Article 225, Clause 7 of the Constitution. And 4, Parliament shall, within 30 days of the decision by the Cabinet Secretary to stop the transfer of funds, approve or renew the decision of the Cabinet Secretary to stop the transfer of the funds, and the Cabinet Secretary shall abide by the decision of Parliament. Close the quotes. Honourable members, the Acting Cabinet Secretary has noted that the 15 county governments have contravened Section 94, Subsection 1, Paragraph A of the Public Finance Management Act 2012 by failing to make any efforts at clearing eligible pending bills, thus affecting economic growth and inconveniencing small and micro enterprises, SMEs, and other business segments at the county level. Honourable members, in view of the fact that the decision to stop transfer of funds to the concerned county government was made on the 19th of November 2019, the Acting Cabinet Secretary has complied with the provisions of Section 97, Subsection 2 of the Public Finance Management Act by seeking Parliament's approval of the stoppage within 7 days. Honourable members, in this regard, I hereby refer the message, together with the Circular number 20 of 2019, dated 19th of November 2019, from the Acting Cabinet Secretary for the National Treasury and Planning to the Budget and Appropriations Committee for consideration in light of the provisions of Article 225 of the Constitution, and thereafter report to the House on the matter within the said timelines. I thank you, no members.
Order number 4, petitions. Order number 5, papers.
The paper to be laid by the leader of majority. The chairperson, Public Accounts Committee, the Honorable Wandai. The chairperson, Select Committee on Implementation, Honorable Olekenta.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the House today, Wednesday, November 27, 2019. Report of the Select Committee on Implementation on examination of the status of the resolution of the House regarding the conditional approval of Ms. Mwende Mwinzi for appointment as Ambassador of Kenya to Seoul, South Korea. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Very well. We'll wait for the Honorable Wandai to appear and indicating that this committee has already approved its consideration of the accounts of the national government for the years 2016-2017 and was ready to table that report. We allow them at a later time. Next order.
Order number 6, notices of motion.
Honorable Olekenta.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to give notice of the following motion. That, taking into consideration the findings of the Select Committee on Implementation on its examination of the implementation status of the resolution of the House of 6 June 2019 regarding the conditional approval of Ms. Mwende Mwinzi for appointment as Ambassador of Kenya to Seoul, South Korea, laid on the table of the House on Wednesday, November 27, 2019, and pursuant to the provisions of Article 132(2)(e) of the Constitution and Section 8 of the Public Appointment Parliamentary Approval Act 2011, this House rejects the nomination of Ms. Mwende Mwinzi for appointment as an ambassador representing the Republic of Kenya. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Well, Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Transport, Public Works and Housing.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to give notice of the following motion. That, notwithstanding the provisions of Standing Order 227, subsection 2, in quotes, committal of petitions, this House resolves to extend the period for consideration of the public petition before the Departmental Committee on Transport, Public Works and Housing regarding the approval, application, and use of new builds low-cost construction technology by the Honorable Daniel Ouma Ocheng, MP, for further period of 21 days with effect from 1st December 2019. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Kosing, you want extension for how many more days? How many more days? Give him there.
Honorable Speaker, 21 more days.
21 more days?
Yes, sir.
From which day to which day?
1st of December, Honorable Speaker.
1st of
December.
Will you be? But you know the calendar of the House.
Yes, Honorable Speaker.
So if when the House takes a recess, goes to recess on the evening of 5th of December, unless for reasons to be recorded, the House is recalled for a special sitting, it may not sit until around 10th of February 2020 or thereabouts.
So then I would amend, Honorable Speaker, that after the resumption of the House, you give us only 10 days after the resumption of the House.
You get an extension for 10 days?
Yes, after.
After resumption?
Yes, sir. Yes, Speaker.
That is a petition by the Honorable David Ochieng.
Yes,
Very well.
it's very important petition, Honorable Speaker. Thank you. This one is very.
Sorry, Honorable Kosing, are we through so that the hands on the record will show the correct position? When was the 60 days expiring?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. 1st of December, that is why we're seeking extension from that date now for 21 more days.
You are seeking 21 days from 1st of December.
Yes. But I amended that, Honorable Speaker, to read 10 days after resumption of the House on thereabout, on 10th of February.
10 days or 2 weeks?
2 weeks, yes. Yes, sir.
2 weeks.
Yes, Speaker.
Well, okay, fine. Fine, Honorable Kosing, you will, then you submit your report on the petition 2 weeks after the House resumes in the 4th session. Yeah? After whichever date it is that in February the House will resume. Leader Majority, there's a paper you have to table.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the House today, Wednesday, October 27th, 2019, in the afternoon sitting. 1, order number 5, the following paper concerns A, circular number 20 of 2019 of 19th November 2019, and the request for approval of stoppage of transfers to county governments from the National Treasury.
Yeah, which I've already referred to the Budget and Appropriations Committee.
Yeah, this is on the pending bills.
Right, next order.
Order number 7, questions and statements.
Question by the member for Gatanga. The Honorable Duarte Ngugi. Next question by the member for Madioya. Honorable Peter Kimari Kihara. Next by member for West Mugirango, the Honorable Vincent Kemosi. They should bring it to me. The member for Gatanga has asked for deferment of his question. Request is acceded to. Next question by the member for Moyale. Kalicha Gulu Wario. Goof.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to ask question number 519 of 2019. Could the Cabinet Secretary provide details on relief food distribution in Marsabit County, and especially in Moyale and Sololo sub-counties? 2, what mechanism has the ministry put in place to ensure that the relief food reaches the desired population? 3, what long-term measures has the ministry instituted to address food shortages in ASAL areas that are arable but lack water? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Referred to the Departmental Committee on Administration and National Security for response. The other questions are deferred alongside the question by the member for Gatanga. Next order.
Order number 8, the Gaming Bill, National Assembly Bill number 38 of 2019. Second reading, question to be put.
Now, members, debate on this motion was concluded, and I put the question, which is that the Gaming Bill, National Assembly Bill number 38 of 2019, be now read a second time. Will as many as that opinion say aye? Aye. As many as contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
A bill for an act of parliament to provide for the control and licensing of betting, casinos, and other forms of gaming, authorization of prize competitions and public lotteries, for the establishment of the National Lottery, for the imposition and recovery of a tax on betting and other forms of gaming, and for connected purposes. Order number 9, Committee of the Whole House.
Sorry, honour members. Honour members, on this, again at the request of the chairman of the Energy Committee, who is reportedly engaged in some public participation on another matter, it is taken out of the order paper to be considered tomorrow afternoon. And also, honour members, for the convenience of the House, I rearrange the business in the following order. The business appearing as order number 11 will be order number 10, which is the report on extension of the time limit to submit and publish Central Bank of Kenya annual reports for the financial year 2018-2019 by the Public Investments Committee. That will be order number 10. And following that will be the motion appearing as order number 13 will be order number 11. This is a motion for annulment of the land registration, electronic land transactions regulations by the Committee on Delegated Legislation. And what will become order number 12 will be the report of the supplementary estimates for financial year 2019-2020. Business will be transacted in that order, and the rest will follow. So next order.
Order number 10, motion, report on extension of time limit to submit and publish Central Bank of Kenya annual reports for the financial year 2018-2019.
Honorable Swamad.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the National Assembly, through a communication from the chair dated 5th November 2019, referred the Public Investment Committee on the matter for the determination whether the House can resolve to extend the limit for submission and publishing of financial statement by the Central Bank of Kenya to Parliament, and mandated the committee to submit its report by the 20th of November 2019, which we graciously did, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as we are all aware, there exists a vacancy in the Office of the Auditor General. Therefore, the report of this bank and other entities have not been signed until a substantive Auditor General is appointed by the President, nominated by the President. The nomination has to go through Parliament, and eventually the President is meant to appoint the specific person to that position. Section 54 of the Central Bank of Kenya Act, Cap 491, Mr. Speaker, requires the bank to submit to the CS National Treasury within 3 months after the close of each financial year a report to the bank's operations together with the financial statements that have been certified by the bank's auditor. It is with this in mind that you received a letter from the CS of Treasury requesting that this House resolves to be able to extend. However, Mr. Speaker, just a point to note is that the letter themselves that Central Bank wrote to Treasury was dated on 30th of September 2019, which was literally the deadline for this particular submission. And thereafter, the Treasury wrote to Parliament on 24th of October 2019. So they actually asked for this extension, Mr. Speaker, posthumous. That means they were already past that extension, but they requested for this particular extension. The onus, of course, Mr. Speaker, is on yourself, but our job was to resolve on what we should be able to do. Mr. Speaker, I need to bring it to the attention of the House that on our investigations, there are certain entities that have mandated legal timelines where they have to have their audited reports presented. And one is the Central Bank of Kenya, the Capital Markets Authority, Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission, Kenya Power and Lighting, KenGen, and East Africa Portland. Mr. Speaker, KenGen, East Africa Portland, and Kenya Power have to do so because of the fact that they're in the Nairobi Stock Exchange. The Capital Markets Authority, Mr. Speaker, together with the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission, they have a legal basis where there's a timeline. And Mr. Speaker, I'm not aware, neither was it in our jurisdiction, but I thought it wise to bring it to the attention of this House that these two particular entities do need to have a request for extension of timeline from this very House. The other entities in the Nairobi Stock Exchange already have sought for an extension from the Capital Markets Authority, Mr. Speaker, and the Capital Markets Authority granted an extension to both Kenya Power, KenGen, and East Africa Portland Cement, Mr. Speaker, and that extension was up to November. By the time of tabling this report, that extension was up to November 30th. We are hoping that they're going to extend even further, considering that we still do not have an Auditor General. However, Parliament needs to be oblivious of the fact that that Capital Markets Authority and Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission, Mr. Speaker, should have sought for an extension of a timeline to be able to table their reports. Mr. Speaker, Section 12 of the Act contemplated the transition period from whether the substantive Auditor General vacates office up to the period when a substantive office holder is appointed. And this would allow for continuity of work. However, the High Court, through a petition number 388 of 2016, Transparency International versus the Attorney General and two others, impunged Section 12 of the Public Audit Act, together with other sections of the Act, for being in contravention with the Constitution. The Constitution, Mr. Speaker, is clear that the Auditor General shall be nominated by the President. Then that nomination has to be approved by Parliament, and thereafter Parliament sends that approved name to the President, and the President thereafter appoints. So in the argument, the High Court ruled that this particular instance cannot be, we cannot have a person who is acting because the law is already very, very clear. Rather, the Constitution is clear on how an Auditor General is meant to be picked. And from the foregoing, Mr. Speaker, there is a lacuna in law, and that lacuna has failed.
But Honorable Abdul Samad,
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
you know, Article 229, Clause 1, reads this, and I'm just saying this because I am aware that Article 93 establishes a Parliament of Kenya which shall consist of the National Assembly and the Senate. But you see, for avoidance of doubt, Article 229, Clause 1 reads, there shall be an Auditor General who shall be nominated by the President and with the approval of the National Assembly appointed by the President. Because the usage of the word Parliament excites some other people elsewhere. So this is very clear. Approval is by the National Assembly, notwithstanding that the National Assembly is part of Parliament.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I wish to thank you for that guidance. And it is very, very important that, yes, Parliament describes both the Senate and the National Assembly. Equally, Mr. Speaker, next week we will be tabling another report on the issue of Kenya Ferry Services disaster. And in that particular one, I wish you to be able to allow me when I'm presenting our case that the Constitution is very, very clear that the National Assembly is the one that is meant to oversee and oversight state organs, including the Kenya Ferry Services is a state organ. And the role of the Senate is equally very, very well framed in the Constitution of Kenya. So yes, Mr. Speaker, you are very, very right, and thank you for guiding this House on that particular matter. Mr. Speaker, as I was saying, that yes, there's a lacuna in law, and that lacuna has failed to guide the transition process of the Auditor General without a substantive successor, or an elaborate process for recruiting the next Auditor General 3 months before the expiry of the term of the serving Auditor General, which was bound to hold back crucial reports that require to be tabled in Parliament, as the reports cannot be forwarded to Parliament owing to the fact that the law requires them to be signed by the Auditor General. At this point, Mr. Speaker, it's equally important that the next Auditor General who's going to be picked, I am assuming, considering that this House is going to go on recess unless, of course, you rule otherwise, but if this process is not going to be finalized by next week, we are going to have a very, very serious dilemma, Mr. Speaker, because this country is not going to have any audit reports at all. And the next person who is going to be in line, if that person is not going to be a person who has served in the organization of the Office of the Auditor General, then their job will only merely be to append signatures without having gone through all those audit reports. And it is a danger that we are hoping those who are in charge, Mr. Speaker, out of those who we invited the Central Bank of Kenya, and the Central Bank failed to attend. It is only the fact that you gave us a deadline to be able to present this report. Ideally, the Public Investment Committee would not wish just to take written submissions, but as per your earlier rulings, that audit committees like ourselves need to ensure that we see the person, the author of those particular requests. We tried to inform the CS. We heard through the grapevine that there was a cabinet meeting, even though that information was not conveyed to Parliament on an official capacity. The Attorney General, we wanted to find out whether Central Bank or Treasury had sought for advice from the Attorney General's office. We invited the Attorney General as well. They wrote back to us, informing us that there was actually a cabinet, and the Solicitor General was in the Justice and Legal Affairs Committee in Parliament on an earlier invitation. And we also chose to invite the chair of the Select Committee of the Auditor General, the ones that have been nominated by the President, to come up with names. And unfortunately, that the chairperson or his members failed to attend. So we cannot be on an official capacity we cannot be able to substantively state when the Auditor General's names have already been presented or not been presented to the President for onward forwarding to Parliament. And Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, in the absence of a substantive office holder, the annual reports cannot be signed. There is already a huge backlog. We already have 6 that have legal and constitutional deadlines that have not been signed, over and above the ones that have to be signed from county levels to every other level of government accountability. And now it is up to this particular House to extend the time of submissions of the report as contemplated in Section 50 of the Public Finance Management Act, Cap 421C. And Mr. Speaker, the Public Audit Act, number 34 of 2015, and maybe with your guidance, you will be able to provide this to the relevant committee so that this particular act needs to be amended to provide for succession management in instances where there's a vacancy in the office of the Auditor General. That means the act has to be very clear that 3 months or 6 months prior to the exit of the Auditor General, the presidency should have already nominated these names, and those names should have already started coming to Parliament. In the event of being incapacitated by any means or another, whether through illness or through death, then we need to know over a period of how long the presidency should be able to nominate another Auditor General. And Mr. Speaker, lastly, it is our hope that the process of appointment of the next Auditor General should be expedited to allow the office to continue to be able to carry out on its mandate. And Mr. Speaker, I wish to beg that this House approves this particular report. And before I request my brother, Honorable Owen Bayer, to be able to second me on the same, today is a very, very sentimental day for myself, for the people of Mvita and Kenya at large. It marks 14 years since the former Member of Parliament of Mvita constituency, the late Honorable Nasir, passed away. So I just thought it to be a reminder, and I allow my brother, Honorable Owen, to be able to second me on this. Thank you.
And of course, even as a second, Honorable Abdul Samad, I think it's important that once the report is adopted, then it should be indeed served upon the Cabinet Secretary for National Treasury to know that there is concern and that there are several entities that the statutory are supposed to be audited by the Auditor General, and whose reports cannot be signed by any other person other than somebody holding the office substantively. Honorable Bayer.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I second the report. Thank you.
Very well. No, you don't run like that. You just stand where you are. Hey. The Honorable John Paul Mwirigi, he dashes like indeed a truly young person and energetic. I propose a question, which is that this House adopts a report of the Public Investments Committee on the extension of time limits on submission and publishing of Central Bank of Kenya financial reports laid to the tip of the House on Wednesday, November 20th, 2019, and pursuant to the provisions of Section 90 of the Public Finance Management Act 2012, approves the extension of time limit for submission and publishing of the financial reports of the Central Bank of Kenya for the financial year 2018-2019. I'm assuming, Honorable Amalwa, you are a member of the committee.
Thank you. I rise to support this report in terms of the request of extension by the Central Bank. Mr. Speaker, I'm a member of the Public Investments Committee, and sorry I'm late because I've just come from the BBI unveiling by His Excellency the President from Bomas. One thing I want to say, Mr. Speaker, this country is for all of us, and indeed His Excellency the President, his remarks were very positive, and he said we should look at the document. Don't come and say so-and-so has read on my behalf, I should not read. We should read so that we can debate from an informed perspective and so that we can refine what had been presented by the BBI for the posterity of this country, Mr. Speaker. And I thought that was good so that Kenyans can be able to know as we move forward. Mr. Speaker, as my chairman has moved this, this particular motion, indeed we examine this as per your direction, Mr. Speaker, and there are many witnesses who are called. And Mr. Speaker, in terms of succession planning, the Office of the Auditor General plays a very critical role as far as examining the accounts or the books of parastatals are concerned. And we thought it would be nice, Mr. Speaker, in terms of succession planning, the appointing authority should be able to plan so that we don't leave this vacancy in this important position. And I know it's not just PIC, it's even in the Public Accounts Committee. Mr. Speaker, the Auditor General plays a very critical role because his signature must be there. Mr. Speaker, coming to Central Bank of Kenya, Mr. Speaker, when you look at their historical books, they've not had any issue. They've been actually submitting their books on time, and as we speak right now, they've already finalized the issues of audits, but they are awaiting the signature. It's only the signature that is awaiting, and that's why we thought, Mr. Speaker, as a committee, we should be able to give them that extension so that when the Auditor General will be in place, then that report can be signed for purposes of examining, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Article 125 of the Constitution is clear. It says that a parliamentary committee can summon anybody, anywhere for purposes of information. And as my chairman had clearly put it, Mr. Speaker, the CS was summoned. He did not show up. The Central Bank themselves, who wanted that extension, did not show up. And this is my humble request to the governor of Central Bank, because this is not the first time. We've had even other committees complaining. When he's summoned, most of the time he does not show up. Instead, we have those lame excuses. It is important that the work of Parliament should be taken seriously. This is a representative of the people, and it's important when he's been summoned, he must be able to appear before the relevant committee. Mr. Speaker, we never got any explanation. We don't know what happened, but we were told he was held up somewhere in a meeting. But because we didn't want to waste so much time, we just decided to extend it, Mr. Speaker. The CS also did not attend, Mr. Speaker, and I remember during Kibaki's time, President Kibaki's time, he used to emphasize the importance of attending Parliament, and he used to tell his cabinet ministers that they should prioritize the work of Parliament. Mr. Speaker, why we are also thinking of moving so that we can have ministers from the floor of this House is because of such issues, Mr. Speaker. There are many cabinet secretaries, when they are summoned by Parliament, they don't want to show up. And that's why we are supporting the BBI. We want to refine it further so that members of Parliament can come from this floor of the House. I know there's a mixed reaction. They've talked of technocrats. Those technocrats, Mr. Speaker, let them be nominated members of Parliament. If they don't want to go for an elective seat, we have people who have the capacity and the capability to be cabinet secretaries, Mr. Speaker. We have my friend Bayer here, who has been yearning, who has been a county secretary. He can be a very good cabinet secretary. Honorable Milo Diambo there can make a very good cabinet secretary. So we are calling upon the Kenyans to support the BBI. We want cabinet secretaries to come from the floor of this House so that issues of accountability, issues of appearing before the committees, they can appear without the delay, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we missed you. We missed you because you play a critical role, and some of the proposals, of course, they'll come to this floor of the House. But when you were there, Mr. Speaker, it's unfortunate the members of Parliament were not recognized. So next time when we have such functions, it is important to note that there's no any other authority which has legislative authority than this House. So whatever they were discussing, all those things, they'll end up here. It is this Parliament that is going to decide. So it is important when you talk of recognition. I've seen women looking for the slots, but this is not for women to share the slots. These slots are for equitable distribution for all the Kenyans, whether it's gender, whether it's youth, whatever the case, Mr. Speaker. I don't want to talk too much, Mr. Speaker, but just to support the report and request honorable members to support this because it's a straightforward report. We don't want to have much ado so that we can move to other business. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I support.
Is the member for Konoin present? You see, he made a request and I think he disappeared there. Member for Nambale?
It's just a preemptive preparation. It was not for.
Oh. Member for Baringo? Is it preemptive also?
I'm not empty, Chair. Speaker, sorry, Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, I know why you're feeling that people are empty, is that there are a lot of excitements around about BBI and the like, but I want to really support this report, Mr. Speaker, sir, because it is important that this country plans in its things because of the calendar of events. It is noted that the Auditor General's time to go home is known, and it is unfortunate that it is not planned the time at which he can be replaced. Succession plan for our Auditor General in this country must be done. The reason being, Mr. Speaker, sir, is that if this is not done and reports do not come on time, and you realize that this country, we have a lot of challenges in terms of corrupt issues, then when we heap reports of finance in this country, Mr. Speaker, sir, it becomes so unfortunate because by the time they come, probably there are so many things which have gone wrong, and by that time, it might not be easy to correct. Mr. Speaker, sir, you've heard the member from the committee saying that it was not very easy for them to get the CS to come and actually answer those questions. And even the representation of the Central Bank of Kenya that time, Mr. Speaker, sir. And I think the BBI today is going to actually help this House and our representation in making sure that matters that affect the public or the people that we represent are handled and answered within time that is very short, because it is actually suggesting that the cabinet secretaries be from the House, Mr. Speaker, sir. I think this is one of the things that makes almost every member of this House to really accept that BBI is the way to go, because it has been hard, Mr. Speaker, sir. Even myself, I was affected yesterday when I went to get an answer from a certain committee over issues to do with water. And reaching there, Mr. Speaker, sir, it is the same scenario, that a report hadn't been signed, and I declined to take the answers because the CS himself wasn't there, maybe because of reasons which were good, but because he hadn't ascended his signature there, Mr. Speaker, sir, I wouldn't accept the answers which were there. So, Mr. Speaker, sir, it is important, Auditor General to be put in section in time or on time, so that the work of this country can continue without interruption. It is a big shame that we can say a report is there, but it is only a signature which is lacking. The signature is lacking because the Auditor General has not been put in place. And I want to recommend the committee and the chair for really going deep into this, so that all the time, Mr. Speaker, we know all our money in this country converge to that central bank, and we want to be assured that the money there is safe and the country is not going to go into under because of money which is misappropriated. With those very few remarks, Mr. Speaker, sir, I really supported the report and say let's plan ourselves before we plan to fail. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Member for Molo.
I thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our 2010 Constitution gives independent commissions the power and the sovereignty to protect the interests of the people of the Republic of Kenya. And one of such offices, Mr. Speaker, is the Office of the Auditor General. But the challenge that has been mentioned in this report of the lack of appointment of the Auditor General in time provides a vacuum, Mr. Speaker. And unfortunately, this is not just in the Office of the Auditor General. If you look at in the other independent commissions, an example is the National Lands Commission. The time at which they are appointed and the time at which they report into office, not considering the even time for court cases, Mr. Speaker, denies Kenyans a chance to be served by these commissions, Mr. Speaker. The Salaries Remuneration Commission, Mr. Speaker, for a very long time has also remained vacant. So this is a call to us as members of parliament, and maybe we should consider amending the parent act that gives authority to these commissions, so that the process of recruitment of these commissioners and these independent office holders is done before the passing of the deadline. So, Mr. Speaker, we don't have a situation whereby, as you're saying, that Kenyans cannot get answers for their questions because we do not have a substantive Auditor General, Mr. Speaker. And not even forgetting the real importance of the Office of the Auditor General. Because if you remember, Mr. Speaker, the division of revenue or the sharing of the revenue is based on the approved audited accounts. And these audited accounts can only be approved by appending the signature of the Auditor General, Mr. Speaker.
Which have been bestowed upon serious responsibilities by the people of the Republic of Kenya. And writing a qualifier that owing to the vacancy in the Office of the Auditor General, we are not able to get the signatures for it to be a legal binding document. But it is the interest of every single Kenyan to know the financial position of these bodies. The CMA, the Capital Markets Authority, the Central Bank of Kenya, are bodies which are scrutinized very closely by external agencies who have a great interest in our country. We need to know what is the health of our nation in terms of the T-bills, the T-bonds, the continued borrowing in terms of securities for the government, and that the projects that we have already planned for as a house are indeed going to be looked at. As such, Mr. Speaker, in looking at the role of the Treasury as the supervising body over the Central Bank of Kenya, they ought to have already taken that line. And in the same spirit that we have people, like the current cabinet secretary in acting capacity, they should be able to take that mantle and simply say that these are the accounts which you put forth. There is a selection process that is going through to get a substantive Auditor General, but a lot of the work has already been done by the technical people within the bodies. CBK is audited by an external audit company, other than just the Auditor General's office. And it's only the Auditor General's office who come to assume that role of qualifying those statements in terms of release. As such, it is very important, as we are giving this leeway for extension of the publishing time, they should go out and seize any forms of anxiety in terms of the health of this nation by publishing the same accounts, all those bodies which are there, and they will be within the tenets of continuity for this great Republic of Kenya. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Sorry, you've already spoken. What? Informing who? But it's never done like that. You can walk now when somebody is not, if you are depressed, unfortunately, you see, I have to continue working even as I sit here because of the events that you did earlier in the day. But Honorable Patrick Musimba, would you want the information from the Honorable Nasir? Or as you're having a cup of tea? Well, I think you can go and sort it out there. But you see, honorable members, I think the issue raised in this motion is an important one for this House and for the country. The process of the appointment of an Auditor General cannot be left to the whims of Cabinet Secretary and other such like mandarins. And I think as much as you are raising concerns, I think you should, or somebody should be also proposing an appropriate amendment to the relevant provisions of either the Public Audit Act, I think Cap 412, to make it mandatory that whenever an Auditor General's term of office is ending, or whenever a vacancy is due to arise 6 months before, a process of appointing a new Auditor General should commence. I think we must tie some of these things in law because we can't leave it. Now, the House is due to go to recess on Thursday next week. Up to now, we have not received any names of any nominee. So it means that and the House is not going to be back here until sometimes around 10th of February, 2020. So for all these times, there are so many government institutions, state organs and agencies and parastatals that will have their audits pending, whose reports cannot be forwarded to the House for consideration because there's no substantive holder of the office of Auditor General. So I hope that this report, as I said, indicated to the mover that it should be served. It should be served on the Cabinet Secretary for National Treasury and Planning. But much more importantly, I would have expected the committee indeed to come to this House and raise the issue of the Cabinet Secretary not appearing, or even the governor. Because then how is the committee exercising its powers under Article 125? You can't come to complain here that you invited somebody and they failed to turn up, yet you have the power under Article 125 of the Constitution to summon any person to appear before you for purposes of giving information or evidence. So actually to come and lament here, you also are failing. But much more importantly, I think it is incumbent upon you to propose appropriate amendments to the Public Audit Act. Before I give the member for Kiambu an opportunity to contribute, let me recognize the presence in the speakers in the public gallery of elders of St. James Anglican Church, Buruburu, who are here to observe the proceedings, and welcome them. The Honorable Gadoni Mushomba.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir, for giving me this opportunity. Indeed, I want to echo your very, very weighty sentiments concerning this very sensitive office of the Auditor General. Mr. Speaker, I'm quick to note that this is an office that has subjected us to, in the past, subjected us to a lot of drama and skits when they read figures that are unbelievable to our ears. Especially when the reports are out, we have heard them read very extreme figures, telling us and trying to convince us that our resources are not in the safe hands. It is now very shocking that we are now going as a House on recess, and we do not have any hope of having somebody to sit as Auditor General of this country. It is coming at a time when the economy is actually struggling. Everybody is complaining of lack of money in circulation. Small economies and small businesses are complaining and suffering, and would have expected to see some seriousness when it comes to some of these offices like the Office of Auditor General. We must all agree, Mr. Speaker, sir, that there are two things that really bring a lot of discomfort to our voters in Kenya. One is the struggle for economic power, and two, struggle for political power. Economic power can only be controlled by those that are able to follow what our budgets have been used to and by what. And this office of the Auditor General is one of the critical offices that helps us to tell us where our money has gone to. I am wondering now, Mr. Speaker, sir, that now the office seems to have no control over what is happening. Who is supposed to be telling us what is going on? It is sad that the committee in charge of this issue is telling us that they are not able to force the Cabinet Secretary to be present in their committee to tell us exactly what's the situation. You know, the worst thing is that once we have a strain on our economic power, we look for other avenues to have solutions. For example, today, we have just been given one of the reports that we've been waiting for, the BBI. And it is a report that has been really, we've been waiting so that we can be able to see whether the tensions that have been there in delivering political power and economic power have been brought down. Indeed, as we congratulate our President, Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, and his brother, and our father, Raila Odinga, as we congratulate them for having made that wonderful milestone to bringing soberness into our economic and political power sharing in this country, we must also be live to the fact that we are members of parliament, and our work indeed is to advise them on where we think things are not going right. Kenya will not be stable economically, especially on issues to do with money, if you are not able to make decisions on such sensitive offices like Office of Auditor General. Mr. Speaker, you'll allow me, as a member of parliament from Kiambu County, you'll allow me to echo their problems and their pain when it comes to money issues. Like you all know that in my county, Kiambu County, we've had issues to do with money accountability, to the extent that some of the leaders have been taken to court. And the report that has been used so that they can be taken to court is that which came from this very office we are talking about, the Office of Auditor General. So how do we sustain the war against corruption if we do not have a stable, well-settled Auditor General whose term is already known, whose terms of work and terms of references are already known, so that we can be able to continue with the war against corruption? We cannot win the war against corruption if we do not have a proper way of planning and making sure that there are relevant people occupying the offices, sensitive offices like this one of Auditor General. Mr. Speaker, as I conclude, I would want to say this. I'm a woman, and most women like myself, of my caliber, and those that believe in us and vote for us, do believe in family planning. If we can be able to plan our families, what is it that we cannot be able to plan ourselves economically and have a clear planning strategy on after who is in the office, who is going to come in next? I can't believe, and this is not very, easy for some of us to swallow, that we cannot be able to have a long-term plan, a strategy, after the current Auditor General's term expires. Who next? When next? How next? If we cannot be able to plan that as a country, then we must confess that we have failed, and we have failed the people of this country, we have failed the honest citizens of this country, and we must go back to the drawing board. With those very many remarks, Mr. Speaker, sir, I would want to congratulate the committee that have presented this matter into the floor of the House. Well done, committee members. But I just hope that you're going to give us hope that before we go for recess, we have somebody we can trust with the Office of Auditor General, so that we can steer the spirit of the BBI, we can stamp authority with what we have been able to witness today at the Bomas of Kenya. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Before we proceed with the debate, allow me again, and indicated earlier on, that those who are here earlier and read out the name of the chair of the Public Accounts Committee, he too has, through his committee, has done a wonderful job. And just also for the information, Honorable Andai, you can also inform the country, because I saw somebody who claims to understand in a small way matters devolution, because he has been a governor, but since taken on some sabbatical, I saw him claiming that the parliament deals with reports which are 5 years old. Maybe Honorable Opiu and I, please.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the House today, Wednesday, November 27, 2019. Report of the Public Accounts Committee on the examination of the financial statements for the national government for the financial year 2016-2017. The Speaker, as I lay this paper on the table, I just wish to inform the House, and by extension the country, that this is the third report that the Public Accounts Committee of the 12th Parliament is tabling. And that as I table this report, Mr. Speaker, the committee has embarked on examining the last report that has been submitted to the House by the Auditor General. That is the report for the financial year 2017-2018, which, God willing, we shall be tabling early next year in the next session. Mr. Speaker, my committee is doing very well, and I thank you for your support. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Wandai. You could as well actually give notice of the motion so that the doubting Thomases can have some little peace.
Thank you once again, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to give notice of the following motion. That this House adopts the report of the Public Accounts Committee on its examination of the financial statements for the national government for the financial year 2016-2017, laid on the table of the House on Wednesday, November 27, 2019. Thank you. Yes.
Very well, Honorable Wandai, and congratulations. I think it's important that so people know that indeed you are embarking on the last audited accounts. Yes. You have actually said you have embarked on consideration of the last audited accounts, which is the 2017-2018. Yes. Because for 2018-2019, they have not been submitted. Yeah. Exactly. So anybody out there trying to fault the work of the committee is merely misinformed. Honorable John Bundy. I think you may have come with some virus.
Yeah, no, Mr. Speaker, where I was, it was purity throughout. Mr. Speaker, where I was, we were really, it's a rebirth to this country. Kenya is born afresh, and you could see the atmosphere, the mood. Mr. Speaker, I think I'll have an opportunity another time to talk about that. But Mr. Speaker, I know this is a bit unprocedural because we should have waited for the time of debate on this report done by Public Accounts Committee to say all that we wanted to say. But Mr. Speaker, just what you have mentioned about people out there who probably are not up to speed with what Public Accounts Committee in the 12th Parliament has done are the ones who are expressing ignorance by saying that Parliament is late in approving accounts from the Auditor General. Mr. Speaker, I wanted just to take this opportunity as the leader of minority and which chairs the Public Accounts Committee through the Honorable Pio Wandai, that we are very, very proud of the work of the Public Accounts Committee, Mr. Speaker. Allow me to say that because it is not usual. Mr. Speaker, Abdul Samad is asking me about PIC. Let me see his reports and then I'll be able to make a comment. But Mr. Speaker, honestly speaking, there was a time in this country that we were about 6 years, 7 years in backlog with the audited accounts. Now we are talking of only 2017-2018 financial year, which have been audited and have not been approved by this House. Because I know we are going to try, before we go for recess, to approve the 2016-2017. Mr. Speaker, you know when committees do a good job, it's also important that we say so, because when they don't do a good job, we condemn them. So I want to congratulate Honorable Pio Wandai. I can see competence in you, and I hope God will reward you for whatever endeavors you are intending to take. God will reward you because you have shown that competence. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Indeed. Indeed, Honorable Bandi, what you're saying is true. The Public Accounts Committee of the 12th Parliament has indeed performed beyond expectations, and that's why those who only understand history are still steeped in it, and they should just follow the proceedings here. And I only hope that Mr. Wandai then will move with speed to get this report approved. We go back to the report of the Public Investments Committee, and I can see there's a request from the Honorable John Paul Mwirigi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to support this report. It is the high time, Mr. Speaker, for this country to plan well as far as matters of succession. Because, Mr. Speaker, when the Auditor General is not there or is not in office, we cannot know the amount of money which is spent and the limit where we are currently. So it is the right time where we are supposed to realize that in every position, especially these commissions, because commissions are independent bodies, and being independent bodies, Mr. Speaker, they are the ones which normally run the affairs of this country. So it is the high time, the appointment and the way these auditor, the Auditor General is supposed to assume to position, Mr. Speaker, be structured in a manner that when one term expires, the government is aware the person to succeed that person. Because this report is delaying from the committee is not able to approve it because there is no sitting auditor who is there to approve the report. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, this country, economically wise, it's run by the report which we receive from the Auditor General. That is the money which is supposed to be spent at the county level and the national government, the national level, Mr. Speaker, is supposed to be guided by the Auditor General. So it is the time whereby all the framework of the way this commission is, or the way the Auditor General is supposed to be put in place, be described well so that we cannot encounter such problem which we are encountering now. Thank you.
Member for Makueni.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving an opportunity to comment on this very important report. Mr. Speaker, the Office of the Auditor General is very, very important in the country, and other institutions which report to it act pursuant to acts of parliament which regulate them, like in the case of Section 54 of the Central Bank of Kenya, which has to be fulfilled, and the role played by Central Bank of Kenya is very critical, and presentation of audited accounts are very important in terms of the planning of the country and the release of information. Some of its activities are constitutional, and some requirements appear in Article 229 of the Constitution, and also the issue of giving Kenyans information, because the Auditor General alerts Kenyans or tells Kenyans how their taxes have been spent and whether the budget has been complied with or not, and where there are issues, if money has been lost pursuant to those reports, Mr. Speaker, then Parliament can make recommendations, including prosecution by the relevant authorities. But the moment reports are not presented and they are delayed for one reason or another, whether extension is sought from Parliament, as it was done in this case, to extend the time because the Auditor General was not in office, Mr. Speaker, it delays the country in very many other aspects, and the economic performance of the country is largely guided by the audited accounts, because quite a number of businessmen do business with the government, and it means also we will have an issue when it comes to preparing the next budgets, because we'll have issues pending from the past. So, Mr. Speaker, I really want to congratulate the committee for the good job it did and presented this report. And I think we should move with speed, Mr. Speaker, to ensure that this country, as an Auditor General, and when it comes to the renewal of that particular term in office, Mr. Speaker, is done in good time, and the country moves on with its activities. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me an opportunity to make a comments on this particular one. Thanks.
Member for Gatanga.
It's me.
You placed a request.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I also want to support the report of the committee and say that it is very wrong to have such an office of the Auditor General being vacant for such a long time. And this can be seen in many government offices, where we are having many people who are working in acting capacity. In fact, Mr. Speaker, if you go to many public offices, most of the staff, they have had their contracts extended beyond the 60 years age of retiring, because we cannot plan our succession. And it's quite wrong, and I would like to urge Public Service Commission, because they are the ones who are responsible for promotion of the staff, to make sure that they promote people on time. I used to work at Public Works, and Mr. Speaker, if I was there, I would be one of the youngest members of staff, because the Public Service Commission has refused to employ young people. They have refused to even promote the ones who are there, creating a very huge gap. And when it comes to promotion, they set conditions which cannot be attained by people who are working there. And that is why you are finding that currently we are really suffering as a country, suffering a lot, because the staff there are not motivated. Unapiga kelele sana. You're making a lot of noise in your room. I cannot concentrate. I was saying there are huge gaps, and it's a high time. In fact, we need to modernize the way we do our work at civil service. Otherwise, as we are discussing today at Bomas, Kenyans are yearning for services, which they'll keep on complaining about, because we cannot. We said we are not able to motivate our staff. And this is caused by ourselves. The other thing, Mr. Speaker, I wanted to say is that we need to look at the way we do our interviews. It is taking very long. The advertisement, it is becoming even longer than the public procurement. People are complaining about the way we procure our goods. The way we are also procuring our people to work in these offices, it is taking too long. And as Parliament, we need to review. We see whether we need to go through a rigorous method of just appointing somebody. Why can't we plan a succession properly in those offices? So with those few remarks, Mr. Speaker, I want to say that I support the report. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, sorry.
See, the term of office of the former holder of the office of the Auditor General ended on 31st of August 2019. Very soon, by Saturday this week, it will be 3 months since he left office. Surely, it means that there had been no plans. And perhaps now that I can see the Honorable Millie, that Honorable Millie, today she is wearing some very interesting hairstyle. I think she has come from some place. Please take up this matter. I know, Honorable Millie Odhiambo, you've always risen to the occasion. It can't be that an office as important as that of the Auditor General can remain vacant for this long. And then the committee is complaining that reports from Central Bank and other institutions cannot be signed because the law says it's only the substantive holder of the office. If we plan when elections are going to be held for so many members of Parliament, why is it that we can't plan for succession of one office holder? Surely, I think it speaks volumes about whomever it is that is responsible for this process. And the House is due to go to recess. No name has been forwarded to this House for approval. So it means that for a very long time, the country will be suffering out of the ineptitude of some people somewhere in the public service, I don't know, wherever. Is there a panel? Maybe the chairman should have explained. Honorable Abdisalan, member for Wajir North, you are the vice chair. You could also comment on that before the Honorable Millie Odhiambo comes to your aid.
Speaker, I also rise to support this motion. Indeed, Speaker, I think this is a deliberate negligence by the executive. The executive ought to have put all the required measures in place to ensure that an Auditor General is appointed and submitted to this office for approval. It is unfortunate that to date, there is no action taken. Speaker, besides the Central Bank of Kenya, other entities like Capital Markets Authority, Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission, Kenya Power Lighting, KenGen, East Africa, Portland, and more other are required by 30th September 2019 to submit audited report. However, these cannot go ahead just because the substantive office holder has not been appointed. When the governor has appeared before us, Speaker, he raised that Section 54 of the Central Bank Act, Cap 491, requires the bank to submit to the Cabinet Secretary Treasury within a period of 3 months after the close of each financial year that a report of the bank's operations together with a financial statement that have been certified by the bank's auditor be submitted. However, he raised that this cannot be carried out just because an Auditor General has not been appointed. Mr. Speaker, I think Section 90 of the PFM Act, Cap 412C, provides that Parliament may extend time limit. And any House of Parliament may by resolution extend the time limit other than a time set in the Constitution for submitting a statement or other document required to be submitted under this Act. It is in this view that we will request an extension of this period. I am aware that the PFM Act number 34/2015 ought to be amended, in fact, to provide for succession management in instances where there is a vacancy in the office of the Auditor General. I think with the amendment of that Public Audit Act, number 34 of 2015, to handle issues of succession management, then we will be better positioned to ensure that we are not in this kind of in this kind of position where reports cannot be submitted to Parliament. So, Speaker, as at now, I think our request is that we do the extension for this team, and that aside, we must also reprimand the executive for the delay. Indeed, there is no reason why we have 3 months past the period and the name of the proposed Auditor General has not been submitted to this House. I think with your direction, the Office of the Clerk can write to the executive to inform them our reservations and indeed our dissatisfaction on this gap. That way, Speaker, I think we will be in a better position to handle this matter. Speaker, I support.
Are you in any way suggesting any period for extension, or you just, this is just another, it's going to be endless? This extension you are seeking, it's by what period? But your vice chairman has just, he has no idea of what. I
have an idea.
Or you are waiting for the Honorable Millie Odhiambo to come to your aid. You know, I noticed that as you contributed, you are looking at her with eyes that looked. You looked at her with a lot of sympathy. You're seeking sympathy. But I'm just wondering. I'm looking. That's why I'm looking for a copy of your report to see by what time is it that you are seeking this extension, so that when the House, if the House agrees with you, and then there's no action, then action can be taken. We cannot extend endlessly. Is it Honorable Abdisalan or Honorable Honorable Nasir.
Mr. Speaker, when I was doing my presentation, I was very categorical that we did invite the CS Treasury. We did invite the Governor of Central Bank of Kenya. We equally had to put in mind that you had given us a deadline of 20th November to be able to present this particular report. In the communication, the written communication that was done by the Governor of Central Bank to Treasury and the CS Treasury to Parliament, they had no indication. But naturally, it is my assumption that this particular House will be able to extend. Otherwise, then they will now need to seek another extension. The same way, those three institutions that are in the Nairobi Stock Exchange have sought for an extension from Capital Markets Authority up to November, hoping that by November 30th, the President would have already made arrangements and actually put this in order. So yes, there is a lacuna in law. Yes, and in our report, it is very, very clear that there is a lacuna in law, Mr. Speaker, and it is important. It is important, and if you will allow, Mr. Speaker, the Public Investment Committee, being a committee that deals with reports from the Auditor General on a daily basis, we are more than willing to actually submit those particular amendments, because there is nowhere that talks about a specific time frame.
Sorry, Honorable Nasir, I think there's a mistake that is obviously on the face of the record, being that in your recommendation you have indicated from 3 months to 6 months. That should be part of in the particulars of the motion.
Yes.
That should be captured. And I think when you are replying, this should be captured.
Noted, Mr. Speaker.
So that it is not an open-ended extension.
Noted, Mr. Speaker. And we are hoping,
and
Mr.
that's
Speaker.
that's why I told you earlier on that upon adoption, if at all, then it should be served upon whomever it is. If
Yes.
it is the Cabinet Secretary for National Treasury, the Governor of Central Bank, whoever it is.
And Head of Public Service as well, Mr. Speaker.
Even whatever hand of whatever, any other service. Because I may not know how many heads, there could be very many heads. Whatever head, wherever you'd want it to be served or placed on some head.
I appreciate your support, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, because it is important that they also know that you, on behalf of the House, are also checking them.
Thank you.
We don't want them to think that it's an open-ended extension.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
So I think the staff should craft, should help you craft that motion properly when you are replying.
Thank you, sir.
Member for Tigania West.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker, for the opportunity to add my voice to the comments made on this particular motion. Honourable Speaker, the audit process is an important process, especially when it comes to prudent finance management. When audit is not done in time, then we have the follow-up actions not properly informed. And therefore, it means we might delay many processes in this country, including allocation of money next year, and including projects that could be delayed because they have not been allocated money. So this process, Honourable Speaker, the further delay of this process, and being very sure that we will also not be there actually to discuss the report or to discuss the names and pass them in this House because of the recess, even if they are given 6 months, it appears like we might have to do this work in a hurry around February. And that makes us not do probably a better job as we probably could have done. So what I see, Honourable Speaker, is the negligence of the office, which should not have happened. I happen to be a member of the Budget and Appropriation Committee, and I remember during the budget process we had invited the Auditor General, and he was very clear to us that he was leaving by August, which means he knew, and which means he must have communicated to the others in time. I believe also in the contractual arrangement, it must be stipulated that he should be able to inform or notify the office within a certain period of time, which he must have done. So since he did his part, which we assume, because we know who Ouko was or is, then we believe that there's somebody who is not doing their work. And Honorable Speaker, maybe this House should also seek to know who is sleeping on the job. And appropriate action should be demanded, because we should not be having this process. The idea is that an audit process delayed may delay many other things. If we have backlog in auditing process, then we may not even have sufficient business for the committees that oversee prudent management of public resources. And therefore, that is why we are saying this process should have been expedited at an as early as it is possible. Honorable Speaker, we are talking about the amendment. Even if we amend, then we may still fall into the problems of not having enough time. And since the Auditor General has worked across the country in many institutions, then it means we may have a crisis in planning this work, and therefore we might have shown the work done. And if audit work is not properly done, then we run into issues which will lead this country into mismanagement, which may have been caused by this, which will have been caused by this delay. So, Honorable Speaker, is in my view that we need, as a House, to demand to know exactly who is not doing his bit, so that this process is delayed as much as it is delayed, and the fact that we need to also probably know by when we can have this appointment done or the process expedited, because I'm sure it involves many commissions. With those very few remarks, Honorable Speaker, I support.
Member for Game.
I rise to add my voice with respect to the appointment of the Auditor General. I think there seems to exist some lethargy at the Public Service Board. But that lethargy also exists in the respective parastatals, because it's only here in this country that you have acting CEOs who have acted for well over 24 months. As you may remember, the acting CEO for NSF was just confirmed when the Court Secretary General threatened to go to court. We have a scenario where the acting CEO for KPC has acted for 12 months. We have a scenario where we have the acting CEO for Kenya Power acted for 13 months, after which he was replaced. And we have the longest serving acting CEO for CDF. I think it's prudent, especially for the Office of the Auditor General. We all know that it's a fixed term contract that is in law. And the government institutions are aware of that. And UCO, who provided a sterling performance at the Auditor General's office, was aware and notified the Public Service Office Commission at the Office of the President. So I think there must, like my colleagues have voiced, there must be a decision to be taken, because maybe you have so many old men at the Public Service Commission such that they are doing things at their own time without necessarily taking cognizance of the loss the country is going through, especially because a number of the reports cannot be adopted until the substantive holder of that office signs the report. So, Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise to support and agree with you in totality that the PIC as a committee must be specific on the period of time that they want this extension to be done. And I know, Mr. Speaker, because today we have a rebirth of Kenya, and I saw a lot of members of parliament who respected your direction that they attend the BBI launch. Mr. Speaker, I know that after today, I'm sure execution of tasks will be done at a better speed than realized before. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I support.
Member for Ndaragwa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank you for the opportunity to contribute to this motion. And Mr. Speaker, from on the onset, I think it is important to note that as chairman of CIOC, one of the things we are doing is dealing with the issues of implementation of the Constitution and trying to establish the status of the implementation of the Constitution this far. And Mr. Speaker, I want to say that it's amazing that quite a number of officers in the civil service have not quite appreciated what these things entails. When you have an office of the Auditor General, an independent office created by the Constitution that we have today, being vacant for 3 months, you are doing nothing else other than sabotaging the implementation of this Constitution. And it is a very serious thing that has been done. Mr. Speaker, it's like, I think one would even need to perhaps educate those who are concerned why it was necessary to create that office independent of the national government. And it was because we thought that by doing so, we will be able to function in a more efficient manner without being hindered. But when the executive fails to appoint the Auditor General, they are actually doing exactly what we were fearful of when that Constitution was passed. We have the Central Bank of Kenya, Capital Markets Authority, Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission, Kenya Power and Lighting Company, KenGen, East African Portland Cement Company. They cannot be able to process their accounts because the Auditor General is not in office. Mr. Speaker, I think it is important that other than just giving an extension of time to the authorities, and as you said, those heads, I think it is important to prescribe some punishments. I do not know of what nature, but they need to tell Kenyans why is it that this has not been done. We are, like my colleague has said, I was one of those who were at Bomas a short while ago. And one of the things that came out again was the need for us to make sure that our institutions are functioning, that we need to strengthen the institutions. But here we are, the same afternoon, with an institution that is being crippled by not appointing the person who should make it function. And I believe that if we all paid attention to the provisions of our Constitution and implemented that Constitution 70, 80, 90%, Mr. Speaker, BBI will not be as heavy as it is today. A lot of the issues contained, even in the BBI document that I've seen, have a lot to do with our inability or our refusal to implement the Constitution as it is. Down the line, sometimes next year, everybody will be up, the county governments will be up the country saying Parliament has refused to approve the audited account, that's why we are basing the revenue allocation on the wrong year. Yet, the problem lies somewhere else. So, Mr. Speaker, as I support the committee for the work done, I think it is important that, one, like you have directed, they be very specific at what kind of time are we approving. And two, it will be important to know exactly who is this who has failed to implement the Constitution as provided, because we all took an oath and said we will make sure that we abide by the provisions of the Constitution. Mr. Speaker, I support the committee, but again, really say that it is another, coming from Bomas to come and discuss this is not a very sweet thing. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
And worse still, of course, we know that the Auditor General holds a fixed term, 8 years. So even to plan for succession should have been the easiest. It's not the 5 years like the rest of us hold, which are sometimes dependent on certain other vagaries of nature. So, member for Kitui Central.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the chance also to support this unfortunate motion, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, this motion is requesting this House to approve extension of the timeline of submission of a financial reports for the central bank. And Mr. Speaker, the reason being advanced for this request is because the Auditor General could not sign the report because that office, the person who is there now is on acting capacity, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, we must realize as Kenyans that what this extension of time is going to do to us as a country is that it's going to cause a lot of challenges in terms of our financial operations, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the first thing I want to say is this. We have this annual ritual where at the end of the year, the Central Bank of Kenya Board would always present a check to the government, a check which is supposed to be advancing the dividends, or what I will call dividends, for that particular year. So by extending these timelines, we are saying that this year, that ritual might not be able to take place. Because really, for Central Bank to be able to release the dividends to the shareholders, and the central government is one of them, then automatically it will mean that that report has to be approved by the shareholders. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the other important point is, as a budget committee, the other day we had a meeting with the Auditor General office, and the two officers who came from that office said they have a list of reports which have been finalized but cannot be submitted to this House just because we don't have a substantive Auditor General in the office to sign the reports, Honorable Speaker. And one of the reports which is important, Mr. Speaker, because these are some of the reports where this House has pronounced itself to the fact that we need to carry some special audit of some specific programs in this government. In a situation where such a report will inform, even in budget making, Mr. Speaker, you realize that where the Auditor General has not signed the report, then we have to paint that final decision in terms of those programs, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I think this is a serious matter. And I, Mr. Speaker, I really want to support what you said, that as a country, I don't think we can afford, Mr. Speaker, to move forward this way, where constitutional offices, Mr. Speaker, take a bit of time before we get the people to occupy those offices. You have put it very rightly, Mr. Speaker, that the Auditor General, in terms of tenure of office, the term of office, Mr. Speaker, is only a one-term tenure of office, Mr. Speaker. And that term, as you have said, it's 8 years. And to me, I really can't believe that somebody is in office for 8 years, and we know the time they will be exiting from that office, and we can't plan. And Mr. Speaker, there's this common saying which says, failure to plan is actually planning to fail. And I think automatically what we are doing as a country is we are trying to plan to fail. And I don't think, Mr. Speaker, any Kenyan wants to see this country failing. Mr. Speaker, we have just come from Bomas, all of us, majority of us, where we are looking at the BBI report. And as part of those highlights, Mr. Speaker, one of the things which Kenyans are saying, Kenyans out there are saying, that this government is not working for Kenyans, but for themselves. Meaning, Mr. Speaker, Kenyans out there are not feeling that value for money. They are not getting value for money in terms of what the government is doing. And basically what Kenyans are saying is, you have a lot of resources which you think would improve our welfare, but they think the resources might be being misdirected, Mr. Speaker. And the only office which can help Kenyans appreciate the fact that funds are being used for intended purpose, Mr. Speaker, is the office of the Auditor General. So when the Auditor General is not in place to tell Kenyans, your resources are being used properly, Mr. Speaker, then we are not helping ourselves when we say in the BBI report that resources must be used prudently, Mr. Speaker. The other point, Mr. Speaker, which has come out very clearly in that report is the issue of corruption. And actually, Mr. Speaker, in this country, who tells Kenyans about the level of corruption in this country? We pass a budget every year. It's the office of the Auditor General which tells Kenyans We have independently looked at the financial statements, and we are convinced that that percent of your resources have not been applied properly, Mr. Speaker. So where we have, Mr. Speaker, now 3 months, with nobody doing that, are we now telling Kenyans that we can allow the officers in charge of those MDAs, Mr. Speaker, to continue using public resources as they wish? And I think, Mr. Speaker, we cannot really afford this as a country. So I want really to encourage honorable members that we support this motion, but at the same time, Mr. Speaker, also request that I like your proposal that the committee concerned should take up this matter immediately and do the necessary amendments so that the issue of appointment of these constitutional offices is actually anchored in the law, either constitutional or part of the laws we pass in this parliament, Mr. Speaker. And as I conclude, Mr. Speaker, also request honorable members, in case that name gets submitted to this House while we are on recess, Mr. Speaker, I don't think, Mr. Speaker, will be demanding too much to request honorable members that in case someone does for a special sitting to come and approve that particular office, Mr. Speaker, the office of the Auditor General, to approve the person who will be nominated or proposed, Mr. Speaker, I really think it will be serving a national interest for us to come and debate that particular individual, and if we agree as a House, pass the person so that they can actually occupy the office as soon as possible, even before February. Because we are coming back, Mr. Speaker, around 10th of February, then it means we will already have lost another 2 months of 2020. Not now 2019. We'll have lost about 4 months of 2019, then we will be losing another 2 months of 2020, Mr. Speaker. And that is not good for this country. So with those remarks, Mr. Speaker, I want to support this motion. Thank you.
And I think, as I've consulted with the chairman of PIC, please, a letter to issue to whoever is responsible. If this matter is being delayed at the Public Service Commission, get the chairman and the secretary of the commission, whoever is the CEO, to appear before your committee on a date to be appointed by yourselves next week. I think it is so serious, listening to the sentiments of members, to be left hanging. I think, as I agreed with the chairman, that letter will issue, so that they must appear. One of them must appear, either the chairman or the CEO of the commission. But more appropriately, maybe both of them, because this matter is too serious to be left to just chance. Well, I hear what the Honorable Makali says. Yes, indeed, the office of the Auditor General is too sensitive an office that we can appear to be so careless as to leave it hanging for such a long period. Yet there are other timelines within the Constitution that are supposed to be obeyed, reports submitted within timelines which are in the Constitution, some of which timelines are going to expire when we are actually on recess. But it's through no fault of this House, but the laxity of others or lack of seriousness. Member from where?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I also arise to support this unfortunate report, Mr. Speaker, and I share your concerns and those of other members who have raised similar concerns, Mr. Speaker. It's really disturbing to see that CBK, or Central Bank of Kenya, is ready with its reports, and these reports have already been audited, Mr. Speaker, and the auditors who audited these reports were actually appointed by the former Auditor General. So the Auditor General knew that he was leaving, and that's why he appointed auditors to go. He knew that this report is due at a particular time. That is why he appointed auditors to go and audit it, Mr. Speaker. And it is not clear as to whether this same auditor who left knew that he was leaving the office, and as he was leaving the office, it's also not clear as to what he expected out of the audit that he had asked his officers to go and do, Mr. Speaker. So it's really disturbing and not clear as to what is happening in the Auditor General's office, and I think the committee needs to go beyond this particular report and get to understand what could be happening there, Mr. Speaker. Could it be that the delay in employment is a delay so as to favor somebody who could be far in the Rhine? These are questions that one may not fail to ask, Mr. Speaker, because at this particular time in this country, when we are having unemployment as a big issue and so many qualified people out there looking for jobs, one cannot understand why we would have a delay of having such an appointment, because we have lots of Kenyans out there who are actually qualified to take up this job. And for that reason, really, one doesn't understand why the delay. From the report, Mr. Speaker, it is very clear that the auditor, the former auditor, was actually preparing himself and had time to prepare himself. He had time to assign some of his officers who will be responsible for incurring expenses. He prepared himself in terms of assigning officers to various audits. So he had all the time. But one wonders then, if there was all that time and he had prepared himself, was he also communicating with the authorities that were responsible for his replacement? Or it was a calculated delay, Mr. Speaker? This is disturbing. As my brother, Honorable Kioni, did allude to, we are just coming from the important initiative, BBI, and one of the key areas of BBI, Mr. Speaker, is to ensure that we are careful on how we utilize the resources that we generate in this country. And the only way to ensure that resources are well utilized is by audit. And if there are no audit reports, Mr. Speaker, then we are already violating one of the wishes of BBI. Mr. Speaker, it is also disturbing that within our laws, we have areas where we are saying if a certain office holder is not there, then the entire process is stopped, doesn't go through. These audit reports are ready, but because somebody is not there, then we cannot have them tabled in Parliament. Mr. Speaker, I also take note that the head of public service wrote to the acting auditor general sometimes back to alert that person, or to alert her, that she was not authorized to sign some of these documents, and so they are pending knowingly, Mr. Speaker. And again, I would wonder whether the committee has also checked with the public service, head of public service, to look at why he wrote that letter and when he is expected to facilitate the process, because he's the head of public service. And all these agencies, including the Public Service Commission, falls under his docket, and he is able to influence and to ensure that he accelerates the appointment of an Auditor General. Mr. Speaker, the Public Service Commission falls under the committee that I serve, and that is Administration and National Security. And I would be interested to know whether it's that particular commission, the Public Service Commission, that is delaying the employment or the deployment of a new Auditor General, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as I did mention, Kenyans out there hearing that we are having areas where we are not able to recruit, or where we are delaying recruitment for no reasons, Mr. Speaker, Kenyans get disturbed. And especially the many youth who are out there looking for jobs, many youth who do not have opportunities for work. We understand, and understandably, that this is an experience-intensive position. But by appointing an Auditor General, we are opening another position that cascades down to a case where we would have probably one youth employed out there. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, we need to do all we can to ensure that we do not waste any moment in this country, not just for the Auditor General, but every time we have an opportunity for employment, we should move with speed to ensure that that is done, so that we continue to pick on those young men and women who are out there waiting for jobs. When we delay the appointment of this kind of jobs, Mr. Speaker, we are actually discouraging those young men and women, because we are here debating a whole afternoon, talking about reports that can't come because there is a delay in the appointment of an Auditor General who has been in place for many years, an Auditor General whom we knew that he was retiring, an Auditor General who himself had prepared himself to leave, and the head of public service who also knew that this position was falling vacant. And it is a very, very, very important position, because it's looking at our resources. It's a position that can make many of the institutions, as alluded to in this report, Mr. Speaker, to actually stop operations if we were to be strict on the requirements, especially on the submission of financial reporting, Mr. Speaker. It is therefore, as we approve, or rather support, this particular request to extend the timelines, Mr. Speaker, and as requested the chairman of Public Investment Committee, to go back and know exactly what are the timelines, and to, in particular, ensure, because I've noted from the report, Mr. Speaker, that there was an attempt to meet even the Attorney General, and the committee was not able to. I hope that they will reach out to him to understand what's happening, reach out to the head of public service, reach out to the Public Service Commission, and if it is the Public Service Commission that is sleeping on the job or holding the process, Mr. Speaker, I think our committee would be interested in knowing, so that we can also help in calling them to come and explain why they are holding that particular process, Mr. Speaker. I therefore support and hope that we will not fall into this kind of a situation again. We will not be here another afternoon discussing delays in employment. This country is in problems as far as employment is concerned, and it is unfortunate that we can be here talking about not employing when we know that we have many, many qualified people out there who are looking for jobs. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
We shall have Honorable Kevin Wanyonyi, member for Kwanza.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, from the onset, I can't reconcile that we do not have a substantive Auditor General, the Republic of Kenya. And I just want to echo my brother, the member for Mwea, what he has said. We have so many Kenyans in this country. And I've just come from Bomas of Kenya. The Speaker, I don't know if they have the chance to be there. A Tanzania Minister for Foreign Affairs made it very clear. They respect this country because this is where people are. We are very educated. We should not be asking for, a position like this. Mr. Speaker, I can't reconcile. Only when I walked in and I saw this, I said, is it possible that today we don't have an Auditor General because of a delay? What caused this delay? Unless, Mr. Speaker, somebody has an interest in looking for somebody from somewhere else, maybe from Europe or whatever, to come and fill the position, I can't reconcile that 3 months down the line, and Ouko, who worked very well for this country for 8 years, he must have had a succession plan. I do not understand, and therefore I'm even attempted to say that the extensions be declined and force the executive to come to this house to explain why they have taken that. Because the moment you give an extension, is that you are agreeing that they should continue in that status quo. Mr. Speaker, I will decline to give an extension, because one way of actually saying it's a well done, what have you, is by giving an extension. don't give an extension, because there's no reason why we've taken more than 3 months from 31st of August when Ouko left. And I want to thank him for he did a very good job for this country. And now everything has stand still because he left. I can't reconcile. I'm a Kenyan, I'm a senior Kenyan citizen of this country, I can't reconcile. Because unless there's an interest somewhere, somebody has an interest to bring in somebody else to do the job, that's fair enough. But now, the best that we can do, Mr. Speaker, and I don't want to agree with all other people saying, well, yes, let's extend. Let's refuse the extension. Force the executive to come and explain to this House and explain to the Kenyans why they have taken more than 3 months not to pick up the Auditor General. Because we have so much. There's so much here. Everybody has come to my place, come to Trans Nzoia, come to Kenya, go to Coast, go to Northeastern. You'll get somebody who can do that job 5 and better than Mzee Ouko. So I don't think that, but if the worst comes the worst, is that we continue, give them, say, some 4 or 5, maybe 2 or 3 weeks, and even if you are on a recess, recall this House to be able to settle this issue, because everything is at standstill. There are so many things that are not moving, and I think we have a list of the parastatals are not able to move because the reports have already been signed by the Auditor General. Mr. Speaker, I want to differ with my friends that we do not necessarily have to extend, because as Makali said, failure to plan is planning to fail. So we know somebody somewhere has an interest. And let's not beat about the bush. There's somebody who has an interest, Mr. Speaker, for not actually making an appointment of the Auditor General. And therefore, I want to decline that we should not give the House, do not give the committee an extension of what they are requesting for, because that, we want to know why the delay is there. I don't want to support the request. Thank you.
Let's have Honorable Wetangula.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I also want to support this report, Mr. Speaker. But, Mr. Speaker, it is very disturbing that an office such as serious as the Office of the Auditor General could remain vacant. Mr. Speaker, it speaks volumes as a country, the managers of this country. Mr. Speaker, remember we don't have a substantive minister, CS for Treasury, Mr. Speaker. We have an acting one. At one time, we have also we did not have a substantive cabinet secretary for Interior. We had one acting immediately after we had the late Engaiseri passed on. Mr. Speaker, there are so many acting positions, CEOs of various government agencies. This, Mr. Speaker, is a practice that should end. We need to fill these vacancies. We have Kenyans who are qualified, and we need also transition. When somebody is exiting from an office, the next holder of the office should be appointed even when the other one before exits from the office, so that we have some kind of continuity and Mr. Speaker, and even transiting from the office is much smoother. And when we leave it vacant like this, I think we are creating vacuum, and we are creating a situation where people now exploit this situation, Mr. Speaker, to do funny things. You can imagine what will be going on, because there will be a lot of standstill in various government offices. They could not be audited, or some reports which are being delayed, or some actions being delayed because of this vacancy. Somebody must be met who has slept on the job. Mr. Speaker should wake up and do their work, and the committee, Mr. Speaker, should take this matter very seriously and do it urgently, so that we don't even go to recess before we resolve this issue. we should make sure, Mr. Speaker, these offices don't remain vacant. Remember even the other suckers that we are having in the judiciary, Mr. Speaker, when the president declined to appoint the judges, and that has also brought a lot of issues in the judiciary, in the independence of the judiciary. These are constitutional bodies. These are an arm of the government, a third arm of the government that must, Mr. Speaker, also be taken seriously. And we would like to urge the government, the agencies involved, the offices, if it's a public service commission, Mr. Speaker, they should take up this matter as quickly as possible. The office has remained vacant for the last 4 months, and it may even go for 6 months. We don't even know. And this means that, Mr. Speaker, even the fight for corruption will be compromised. Because if the Auditor General is not exposing some of these issues that are going on in the government, then we will not be able to have information to deal with matters of corruption. Mr. Speaker, the past holder of the office of the Auditor General, Mr. Ouko, I think he did an exemplary work. He was very, very passionate about some issues and very sensitive, dealing with issues, even areas of government that had never been audited were audited. And some of these scandals that we have seen were exposed through this work. So, Mr. Speaker, we would like to urge that this matter should be taken very seriously. And as Parliament, we need also to stamp authority. The committee should move with speed to summon these officers to appear and tell the country why we don't have these people, why we don't have the appointment of the Auditor General, who is delaying this cause, Mr. Speaker, and for what reason? What is the purpose? What is it that they're doing, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, I support, but I would like to urge that this matter must be resolved as quickly as possible. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me a chance to contribute.
Honorable, who is saying Speaker? Honorable Janet, just hold on, because your neighbor came earlier than yourself. Honorable Huru, for order.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I would like also to support the motion on extension of time for submission of central bank financial. I would like to add my voice to concerns raised by members who had spoken earlier. This extension is occasioned by the vacancy in the important office of Auditor General. It is very unfortunate that a constitutional office, an independent office for that matter, an office which helps us as a country to ensure that all the agencies, the national government organs and county government organs entrusted with public funds are held accountable, could remain vacant for this long. Mr. Speaker, the term of the former Auditor General was a fixed term of 8 years. It is known to everybody when the term was going to end. And actually, after the term of Mr. Ouko ended, the vacancy was gazetted, advertisements were done. The Kenyans who applied to replace him, their names were published in the newspapers. Later on, I think we also saw the shortlist. After that, things went silent. And of course, as Kenyans, we can only guess that probably certain people whose name were required to be probably among the 3 to be submitted to appointing authority did not find their names in the 3. So as people's representatives, I think we should take this matter very seriously. We cannot afford a situation where Office of Auditor General can remain without substantive occupant. This is the office which helped us to unearth so many scandals. I would like to congratulate the former occupant of that office, Mr. Ouko, who actually was very independent in execution of his duties. He could not yield to any intimidation from any quarters. And I'm sure, probably, there are people who do not want another Ouko to occupy that office. Mr. Speaker, as we support the extension of time for submission of this report, we need the committees who oversight Public Service Commission to actually contact them and find out why it has taken this long for the process of recruiting the replacement of Mr. Ouko to be finalized. With those few remarks, I support the extension.
Honorable Nasir Sharif, you have an intervention.
Mr. Speaker, I wish to move an amendment as per the Speaker's advice earlier. And I think the problem was in the drafting in the order paper itself, because in our report, we had indicated the timeline that we are talking about. So, Mr. Speaker, I wish that this House discusses this particular report with an amendment on the order paper, that the motion be amended by inserting the following words immediately after the words financial year 2018-2019 for a period not exceeding 6 months, pursuant to provisions of Section 54 and 55 of the Central Bank of Kenya Act, Cap 491 of the laws of Kenya. And I'm requesting Honorable Raphael Bita Wanjala
Honorable Sharif, before you give your neighbor to
second me.
To second, I think it is important to explain a bit the import of that amendment, because it's a very
Yes.
important amendment.
Actually,
so the members
yes.
are on the same page.
Mr. Speaker, in the report itself, we did explain that the provisions of the law do allow for this particular House to be able to extend that timeline for Central Bank to be able to submit that particular report. However, and we did include that in our recommendations as well, that the House to resolve to pass our report, and we included that. Needless to say, in the order paper, it need not include the wordings which had the timeline. So it is important, because a member had raised and the Speaker made a ruling rightfully that the House will end up extending over a period that is unknown, which is very, very dangerous. And equally, I wish to also add, Mr. Speaker, that the substantive Speaker, when he was here, by next week we'll be calling those who are in charge, who had been tasked that job of choosing the Auditor General, and by next week as well, we'll be trying to see how we can be able to submit as well necessary amendments on that Public Audit Act itself. And I'm requesting Honorable Raphael Bita Wanjala to be able to second me.
Honorable Wanjala.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg to support. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To second.
Very well, honorable members. I wish to propose a question, which is that the motion be amended by inserting the following words immediately after the words financial year 2018-2019, quote, for a period not exceeding 6 months pursuant to the provisions of sections 54 and 55 of the Central Bank of Kenya Act, Cap 491 of the laws of Kenya. Honorable members, the implication of that motion, amendment by the chairperson, is that the members who speak to this, you will not speak to the original motion. Whoever I give from now will have to speak specifically to this amendment, because the House has to make a decision on whether the motion should be amended as proposed by Honorable Nasil. So Honorable Nasil has proposed an amendment to the earlier motion that the members have been debating on for the last 1 hour or so. So whoever I give, please don't speak to the original motion, speak to this amendment, so that the House makes a decision on whether this motion needs to be amended. After that, if the House decides that the motion be amended as proposed by Honorable Nasil, we shall go back to the original motion as amended, and the members will continue debating. That's the procedure. We shall start with top on the list here is Honorable Mabonga Mwambu. And I hope members have a copy of this amendment. Yes, Honorable Mabonga.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With the new introduction, indeed, it brings out some clarity in the motion, because honestly, we need to have the specific timelines of dealing with this issue of nominations. As much as we have indeed seen that there is a lot of caps in the Public Service Commission, the way they do their work. Mr. Speaker, I agree with the amendments 100%, but I need also to allude on something, Mr. Speaker, that of a great concern in the public service. In this country, Mr. Speaker, actually, we have people who have been appointed in the offices even without applying for the jobs. We have quite a number of them. And at times, it's important, the last speaker had just spoken, because it's important to point out this, Mr. Speaker. I may not find some time again to speak on the same, that if they have to continue with the procedure of appointing the new Auditor General, they stick to the list that they had actually published and shortlisted the candidates, so that the best candidate is actually picked on the list that was shortlisted. Not somebody hiding and taking time just because probably the people who are indeed maybe earmarked to be appointed in the same positions are brought through the back door. So that is my concern. I supported the amendments. Let's have the specific timelines of the extension so that the central bank submits their audited reports of the 2018-2019 financial year. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, everyone, is that in line? Is that in line, Honorable Mabonga, and the other members who speak to this? Please, let's stick to yourself to this amendment. And don't worry, even if you spoke to the amendment and the House made a decision, allow the amendment, you still get an opportunity to speak to the original motion, amended or not, if you hadn't spoken to it. Honorable Janet.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I stand up also to support the community, to support the committee, and the motion has amended by Mheshimiwa, our colleague here. Mr. Speaker, I want to agree with my colleagues for what they have talked about, the Auditor General. And it is very embarrassing to this country to find ourselves that we are not working the way that our Constitution talks about. Because when we talk about Auditor General and this extension, Mr. Speaker, it brings a lot of issues that we are not exactly following the Constitution. So, Mr. Speaker, we can allow the committee to give them the 6 months that they're asking for, but they must work on the timeline so that they can do it as fast as they can, so that we can get the Auditor General. I can say the Auditor General who was there before, Ouko, did a good job in this country, because when we had him, he was telling us the way forward and how the procedure of the auditing all the stakeholders or the departmental committees in several categories, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it is also embarrassing when we can sit in this house to discuss about these issues that even the executive could even take it up. Because it seems as if it comes here, we talk about it, but when it goes to implementation, we get a lot of problems. And that's why you can see even BBI today when they were talking about the PPI. It was embarrassing when somebody is asking about the issue of...
Is there an intervention, Honorable Wachira Kabinga? What is out of order?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm just wondering, I thought you've just directed that in this particular point in time, we are just discussing the amendment that has been proposed and not the substantive report that we are continuing to discuss thereafter.
You are right, Honorable Wachira Kabinga. Honorable Janet, you are gravitating towards the original motion. I was almost to bring you back. Please speak to
Thank
this
you,
amendment.
Mr. Speaker, but I thought you said you can also touch on substantive.
Honorable Janet, I did not say that, and I cannot have said that. The situation we have now is that there is an amendment that has been proposed by Honorable Nasil. The members are restricted to speak to the amendments only, so that the House makes a decision whether the original motion will be amended or not, and then we shall revert to the original motion as amended or not amended. Then
Thank you,
at
Mr.
that point, Honorable Janet, you still get a chance to speak to the original motion if you hadn't spoken to it. So please, members, restrict yourself to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I wish to support the amendments because now it can bring the clarity of what we are talking about, the Auditor General. And Mr. Speaker, I wish to support even the committee because this one has generated from the committee. That's why we are supporting them. When we talk about the central bank bringing in some structures so that we can really support this law in fully. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wish to support.
Honorable John Bunyasi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have very little to say on this. First, that I support the intended extension of time. If this does help to get documentation out and properly done, and if it's not repetitive, I don't know if this has been requested before, but then we'll address some of the underlying reasons why this is being extended when we begin to discuss the substantive motion. I support the amendment.
Very well. Honorable Oudo.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I stand to support the amendment to the motion. That is not fair just to leave it blanket. The extension can be there forever. Capping it for a certain number of months is truly a correct procedure, so that at least those irresponsible for appointing the Auditor General have got that period of 6 months to do what they are supposed to do. With those few remarks, I support.
Honorable Ashira.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a problem in supporting this particular amendment, Mr. Speaker, because I've read the report and the committee is yet to meet with the relevant agencies that determine when the Auditor General will be appointed, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, for the committee to now give us a period of 6 months before going back and doing what the Speaker had advised them to do, to go back to check with the relevant agencies, including the Public Service Commission, to know exactly where we are in this particular process, Mr. Speaker, I would want the chairman of the Public Investment Committee to really tell us where he's getting this time estimate, given the interdependency of the various agencies that are supposed to ensure that there is an appointment of the Auditor General. From the report, Mr. Speaker, it is very clear that as long as we don't have an Auditor General in place, then we shall not have these reports. For us to now talk about 6 months without the chairman who is not reasoning, Mr. Speaker, the chairman who is not reasoning, Mr. Speaker.
The Speaker and the House is listening, Honorable Ashira.
I would really want to hear from him how they arrived at the 6 months before they met the relevant agencies, including the Public Service Commission, to know whether they have already started the process of recruiting an Auditor General. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Shall we now have Honorable Sherif Nasil replying to that particular amendment?
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I beg to reply, and before I reply, needless to say that this is something that is going to continue in the next, hopefully tomorrow, if those in the House business and the planners of the parliamentary business will agree, because this is something very, very simple. And we've sought guidance from the substantive speaker that we are going to be calling in those people. I need to advise our honorable colleagues that we did write to those respective bodies. We did write to them. Unfortunately, because of the timeline that the Speaker had put into place to this committee, we were forced to write this particular report without that particular, the Public Service Commission being informed. However, we stand guided, but I beg to reply.
Honorable Nasil, now, honorable members, we repent putting a question on that particular amendment to a subsequent time for obvious reason. And as I said, members, when the House makes a decision on that particular amendment, then we shall revert to the original motion. Next order.
Order number 11, motion, annulment of the land registration, electronic land transactions regulation 2019.
Yes, Chairperson, Committee on Delegated Legislation. Honorable Manzo, the last time I checked, you are not the chair.
Yeah, I
Or are
wasn't
you
the
doing
chair,
that,
but Mr.
on
Speaker,
her
I've been
behalf?
requested by the chair to
Please
hold a
proceed.
brief and to proceed this way. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that this House adopts a report of Committee on Delegated Legislation on its conclusion, consideration of the Land Registration Electronic Land Transactions Regulation 2019, legal notice number 101 of 2019, laid on the table of the House on Wednesday, November 13th, 2019, and pursuant to the provisions of the Section 18 of the Statutory Instruments Act 2013 and the Standing Order 210, subsection 4B, announce in entirety the said regulations. Honorable Speaker, the Select Committee on the Delegated Legislation is established to pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order number 210, subsection 4, B, and has the power to scrutinize and certify that all regulations submitted to the National Assembly are in compliance with the Constitution of Kenya and all other acts of Parliament. Honorable Speaker, in this third session, the committee received 75 instruments for consideration. I am happy to report on our behalf that the committee expeditiously considered all the instruments without seeking extension of time, and none lapsed in our hands. Out of the 75, the committee recommended annulment of 38 of them, approved 36, and one will be considered before the end of the current session.
Members.
This is
order,
a track record.
Honorable. I'm sure where the majority leader, there seems to be quite a bit of consultation. Just lower the. I'm not aware there is a prime minister in the House, or there is an aspiring prime minister. For now, please consult at a lower tone so that then we are able to follow the proceedings.
Thank you, Speaker. This is a track record that the committee is immensely proud of. Honorable Speaker, sir, I will now delve into the subject matter of the motion. The Land Registration Electronic Land Transactions Regulations 2019 were made by the Cabinet Secretary for Lands and Physical Planning in exercise of the powers conferred by Section 110 of the Land Registration Act number 3 of 2012. The regulations were published via legal notice number 101 of 2019 on 28th of June 2019, received by the Clerk of the National Assembly on 1st of August 2019, and tabled before the House on 6th of August 2019. Mr. Speaker, overview of the regulations. Mr. Speaker, I will highlight some of the provisions of the regulations. The regulations seek to provide for a procedure of conducting electronic land transactions, electronic submission and registration of documents in all registries where an electronic registry is maintained. Regulation 4 provides for an electronic registry system in the registries set out in the schedule, through which all land registry transactions shall be carried out. The schedule only provides for the Nairobi registry. Regulation 3 provides for the definition of a user. Regulation 5, 6, and 7 provide for the process of registration. And the Chief Registrar's role in approving the applications, terms, and conditions for user and the obligations of the user. Regulations 8 provide for reasons for the power of the Chief Registrar to restrict, suspend, or terminate user access to the system. Regulation 9 provides for the process of termination of users' access. Regulation 10 provides for the process of approval against the decision of Chief Land Registrar to restrict, suspend, and terminate a user access to the system. Regulation 11 provides for guidelines for the use of the system to draw and enclose conveyancing documents by authorized and qualified persons under the Advocates Act. Regulation 12, 13, and 14 provide for the creation of electronic document and instruments, electronic generation of documents for registration and lodging of documents for the registration respectively. Regulation 15 provides for the payment procedure through existing government payment platforms. Regulation 16 and 17 provide for the procedure to be followed by a registrar in the registration recording process. Regulation 18 provides for the public access to the information maintained electronically through a search via online platform. Regulation 19 provides for the limitation of liability and warranties made by the CS and other ministry officials. Scrutiny of the regulations. Honorable Speaker, the committee considered the land regulations, electronic land transactions regulations against the Constitution, the Interpretation and the General Provisions Act, Cap 2 of the Laws of Kenya, and the Land Registration Act, number 3 of 2012, and the Statutory Instruments Act, number 23 of 2013. Pursuant to Section 16 of the Statutory Instruments Act, the committee conferred with the Regulation Making Authority through a meeting held in 1st November 2019 in Diani, Kwale County. The delegation was led by Ms. Farida Karonei, Cabinet Secretary, Ministry of Land and Fiscal Planning. Findings, Honorable Speaker, having listened to the Regulation Making Authority and examined the regulations against the Constitution and other relevant laws, the committee observed that considerations with the National Land Commission, Article 167 of the Constitution stipulates that one of the functions of the National Land Commission is to advise the national government on a comprehensive program for the registration of title in land throughout Kenya. In addition, Section 110 of the Land Registration Act requires the Cabinet Secretary to take into account the advice of the Commission in making regulations. Contrary to Article 259, subsection 11 of the Constitution, consultation with the National Land Commission was not adequately demonstrated, neither was it stated in enabling clause of the regulations. Contrary to also Section 11, subsection 1 of the Statutory Instruments Act, the regulations were not submitted to the National Assembly within the statutory timeline contemplated, having been published on 28th June 2019, received by the clerk of the National Assembly on 1st August 2019, and tabled before the House on 6th August 2019. The regulations ought to have been received by the clerk of the Assembly on 30th July 2019. 3, public participation. On public participation, the regulation making authority submitted that it appointed a task force on electronic land transactions under Land Registration Act 2012, Land Act 2012, the Community Land Act 2016, via Gazette number 7859, volume CXX number 90, dated 3rd August 2018. The task force was mandated to study and review land sector-related laws with a view to formulate guidelines for electronic registration of land transaction and conveyancing systems, and submitted draft guidelines on the same. The ministry submitted through its explanatory memorandum that it conducted public participation with various stakeholders, including the National Land Commission, the Council of Governors, the Law Society of Kenya, the Institution of Surveyors of Kenya, the Kenya Institute of Planners, the Town and County Planners Association of Kenya, the Kenya Property Developers Association, the Kenya Bankers Association, and the Land Development Governance Institute. The task force also published a public notice inviting members of the public to participate and submit their views and proposals in the public hearing hosted by the task force. The hearings were held between 2nd and 11th October 2018 in Mombasa, Nakuru, Uasin Gishu, Nairobi, Embu, Kakamega, Kisumu, Machakos, Garissa, Nyeri, Kisii, and Marsabit counties. The committee concluded that the ministry did not demonstrate that it conducted sufficient public participation in the development of the regulations, contrary to Section 5 and 5A of the Statutory Instruments Act. Regulatory impact statement. The Land Registration Electronic and Transactions Regulations 2019 require a regulatory impact statement within the meaning of Section 6, 7, and 8 of the Statutory Instruments Act, since they are intended to prescribe guidelines for electronic land transactions, land being a critical sector throughout Kenya. The provisions of the regulations are pertinent to the right to own and protect the property. Land is particular and right of access to information. The regulation making authority failed to submit a regulatory impact statement contrary to Section 6, 7, and 8 of the Statutory Instruments Act 2013. Regulations 5 makes provisions for registration in the prescribed forms which have not been provided for in the regulations or schedules. Various provisions of the regulations give the Chief Land Registrar very broad powers that are subject to abuse. For instance, Mr. Speaker, Regulation 6.1, giving the Chief Land Registrar power to approve or refuse to approve a person as a user, had the potential of abuse and infringement on the rights to the property and access to information. The regulations should have specified the circumstances under which the Chief Land Registrar may refuse to approve a person as a user. And Regulation 6.2 allows the Chief Registrar to impose additional conditions for approval as a user. The regulations have not specified the said conditions or rationale for imposing them. This gives the Chief Land Registrar too much discretion that may be abused. 7, Regulation 10 requires that Cabinet Secretary to constitute a committee of 9 representatives from various stakeholders to hear and determine appeals against the decision of the Chief Land Registrar. The committee recommended that several committees how to constitute for expeditious resolutions of disputes. Lack of clarity, number 8, lack of clarity on payment procedure. Regulation 15 provides for payment procedure through existing government payment platforms, oblivious of the fact that there are no clearly defined payment platform. 9, limitation of liability. Regulation 19.2 speaks to the limitation of liability of the cabinet secretary and the officer of the ministry responsible for land. Members opined that regulations 19 as presently drafted completely limits the liability of the national government, making only the cabinet secretary and the ministry officials liable. In addition, the provisions of Regulation 19.2 have been adequately addressed in the Land Act 2012 and the Land Registration Act 2012, and therefore should be excluded in the regulations. Recommendations. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 210(4)(b) and Section 15 of 1 of the Statutory Instruments Act, and having examined the Land Registration Electronic Land Transactions Regulations 2019 against the Constitution, the Interpretation of General Provisions Act Cap 2 of the Laws of Kenya, and the Land Registration Act number 3 of 2012, and the Statutory Instruments Act number 23 of 2013, and the respective laws pursuant to which they are made, the committee recommended that this House annuls in entirety the said statutory instrument for aforementioned reasons. The regulation-making authority is reminded about Section 19 of the Statutory Instruments Act, which stipulates that once this House adopts a resolution to annul an instrument, the instrument shall stand revoked, and the regulation-making authority shall publish the revocation within 14 days. Honorable Speaker, as I conclude, allow me for the uptenth time to acknowledge the tireless efforts of the members of the committee on behalf of the chair of delegated legislation for their exceptional commitment to great work, ethic, and spirit of excellency to serve. I am proud of the members of the Committee of Delegated Legislation too. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move. I also request the Honorable Oudo, a member for Funyula constituency and a member of the committee, to second the report. I thank you.
Honorable Udo Jiambo, member for Funyula.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity. As I second this motion, just want to remind my colleague that Funyula constituency only sends in Parliament titled men and women to represent them. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I belong to the Committee of the Committee of Delegated Legislation, and I stand here to support this motion. Honorable Speaker, land is a central issue, a central matter in the country because of its importance, its centrality in the process of production, cultural and political dispensation. Therefore, these particular regulations, Honorable Speaker, were meant to particularly implement or actualize Article 60 of the Constitution of Kenya, that's the broad part of land administration that calls for efficient and effective land administration. Electronic land transactions are part of that process of making it efficient to transact in land matters. And it's also part of what we had put in the land policy that called for progressively removing or minimizing human contacts between the various users of land details, because that's the best way to avoid the issue of corruption and fraud that is perpetuated in the land sector. Honorable Speaker, the importance of land information management system is critical for the safety and security of this country. It's critical for proper functioning of the banking industry, because every person who deals in land requires to make sure that whatever information he gets is accurate. That's why an electronic land information management system is critical. Honorable Speaker, when you drafted the Constitution of Kenya, in the various articles, we have the National Land Commission that seems to be the apex of land administration, land management in this country. Therefore, the role of the National Land Commission and the one of the ministry has been clearly stated in the land laws, the various land laws. Therefore, the two must work in tandem to ensure that we deliver the broad aspects of land reforms that we have yearned for many years in this country. Honorable Speaker, reviewing the specific regulations at hand here, the committee made a decision to annul the same in respect of a few issues that we noted. Fundamentally, Honorable Speaker, Article 256, I think, of the Constitution requires that any regulations made by any regulatory making authority, be it the ministry, be it wherever it is, must be done in consultation with the National Land Commission. When we listened to the Cabinet Secretary, when we listened to the technocrat, we as the committee, we were not convinced that there had been adequate consultation with the National Land Commission. Probably this brings into question, does a mere invitation to attend a stakeholder meeting constitute a consultation? And we must also appreciate probably that was the time when we did not have a substantive National Land Commission, and that could have could have resulted in failure to demonstrate adequate consultation. Secondly, Honorable Speaker, the issue of land transaction is so important to the people of Kenya that it was necessary that there must be a regulatory impact assessment report. This, the ministry did not provide. Secondly, knowing the importance of land, it would have been more prudent for them to go further and prepare some kind of social impact assessment report to ascertain to what extent are these regulations going to affect people of Kenya generally and specifically users of the land information management system. That the ministry did not demonstrate that did the same. But more fundamentally, Honorable Speaker, was the issue of lack of public consultation. Our Constitution is explicitly clear that for any legislation, be it subsidiary legislation, directive or whatever, that have got an impact of being of legal force, there must be public consultation. The mere fact that the ministry merely purported or indicated without providing any proof that they held some stakeholders, they could have called their friends in a room taking a cup of tea, that could not constitute public consultation. The mere fact that they say they put an advert in the newspaper, which they couldn't provide, of course, that couldn't have been adequate public participation. Issues of land are so central, the ministry should have gone out of their way to make sure that they have adequately consulted the public. Public input has been incorporated in the regulations. Finally, as I conclude, Honorable Speaker, reading through the regulations as they were, they seem to confer excessive powers to the chief land registrar. It was becoming a law, that office was becoming a law unto itself. This being a public document or a public process, there shouldn't have been such restriction as to the chief land registrar to decide who becomes a user, to restrict access to the information. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, we as a committee, and we are proud to have done so, we had a serious discussion with the ministry. We pointed out to them the shortcomings of the regulations, and they agreed with us that they'll go back to the drawing board and come up with regulations that truly reflect the will of the people and comply with the laws and the Constitution being the supreme law. With those few remarks, I beg to second the motion.
Honorable members, I propose a question, which is that this House adopts the report of the Committee on Delegated Legislation on its consideration of the Land Registration Electronic Land Transactions Regulations 2019, legal notice number 101 of 2019, laid on the table of the House on Wednesday, November 13, 2019, and pursuant to the provisions of Section 18 of the Statutory Instruments Act 2013 and Standing Order 210 4B, announce in entirety the said regulations. We should start with the Honorable John Bunyasi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. I want to, first of all, I support and I want to agree with the seconder, my neighbor back home, Dr. Undumdenyo, that land is central to development. Land is central to our social structures. And any attempts at improve the way in which we ease its utilization, we improve the accuracy of its utilization, we try and reduce on the abuses that have gone on in the land registries and so on, is extremely useful. There's no society that we know that has really been able to take off development-wise without sorting out their land affairs. That is an area that can be completely, it can sit on resources that are not being released to those who can use them better. It can so lose confidence in its registry that modern institutions like banks will be unable to make use of it. And it can also cause enormous conflict within communities and within society. Anything that improves its accuracy is of paramount importance to all of the other things we do. Even if you think in terms of our current focus on Agenda 4, the Big Four, if the land sector doesn't work, half of all of those will not be able to be realized. So anything that goes towards reducing the evil hand of man, because sometimes the hand of man is evil, is really useful. But still, of course, we need our professionals and technicians in land affairs to be qualified at all levels. It's not just a high end, like Dr. Undumdenyo here, at the high end of it, we do require a hell lot in the middle and the lower ranks, because that's where errors can be made that may not be captured. Mr. Speaker, sir, even in our own resources, we think about our land management strategies and the land policy, and knowing what goes on in our Ministry of Lands, and without casting aspersions on anybody, and trying to be as modest as you can be in public, I really think that that ministry has been a disaster, to use polite words, and this direction, the direction is going to be to uplift the confidence that we have got in the system. As long ago as 40 years ago, there were parts of this country which, for reasons of prudence, I'll not mention, where the land registry was so convoluted that no banks could touch them. It was so convoluted that land buyers were extremely wary. And the area has expanded, and I think that this is going to be a futuristic way of looking at how we can arrest this situation. Mr. Speaker, with those few comments, I do support.
Before I give to Honorable Macau, shall we have the majority leader?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I stand to support. And as many people don't know, when the Committee on Delegated Legislation annuls a report or a statutory instrument, it's important for the sector ministries or even the House first to see the reasons the Delegated Legislation Committee has used. You know, there are people out there who say, no, why are you annulling? If they involve the House before the publication of the Gazette notice, Mr. Speaker, then that regulation will not be annulled. One of the reasons why Committee of Delegated Legislation is annulling a number of statutory instruments, they are on technicalities. For example, the Statutory Instrument Act says the moment an institution publishes gazettes regulations, within 7 days, it must be submitted to the House. You will find people sending to the House, to the clerk's office for me to table and submit to the Delegated Legislation Committee, regulations gazetted in 2018. So on arrival, they are dead. For example, I'll give you an example. On all those 23 regulations from the Kenya Civil Aviation Authority, The Director General, by the time he was bringing it to the House, he published them in 2018. And I told him, I'm going to table, but I can tell you these ones are dead on arrival. So I think the clerk's office should write to government that this, and they must read the law. If they have not done public participation, and that committee is beyond reasonable doubt convinced that public participation was not done, that's another technicality for annulling. Because if there's a serious stakeholders who appear before the committee and say, we are seeing it for the first time, and the institution that brought the gazetted the regulations cannot provide evidence in writing, minutes, participation, memorandums, then there's a technicality. So I really always stand with the Committee on Delegated Legislation, because when I see them annulling, I usually read the report and see most of the reasons why they are annulling. Because delegated legislation, unlike other committees, their business in approving or annulling a regulation is based on the law. They don't go into the stuff of the regulation. They say, was it brought within the required timelines to the House? Was public participation done? Does it conflict with the Constitution or any other act of Parliament? So that is why even when they were dealing with the regulations on the debt ceiling, the Budget and the Appropriation Committee and the Finance Committee were giving them, the other aspect, the debt level, but the Committee on Delegated Legislation were not concerned about the debt level. They were dealing with the law. Was the law complied with in formulating that? So I think I am one person, and I want to say that you might see, and again, the other thing is, when they approve regulations, it doesn't come to the House. So members are only seeing the annulment from this committee. So there's an impression out there that the Committee on Delegated Legislation is annulling everything. And I think this particular land registration, electronic land transactions is important. As Honorable Bunyasi said, the factor of production is land. So unless we set up and agree that we have the best laws in land, and Professor Udo will agree with me because we sat with him in the committee, the mediation committees, unless we set right the factor of production land, whether it is a Big Four, whether it is a SGR, we will not get it right. The mix, the central point of the mix of the economy of the country is land. So I really support the committee, and they have raised a number of technical issues why they have annulled, and to make it, to go on record, that what only comes to the floor of the House from this committee is the annulment. If they approve, they write directly to that institution and say, we have approved their regulations, they're in order. So when we see them annulling, please, they're also approving so many others. But that does not need to come to the floor of the House. I beg to support the annulment.
Majority, you are quite on target, and you seem to have understood very well the working of that committee. I heard it elsewhere, that this is a committee of annulling, and it is good to appreciate. The other hundreds of instruments have been approved, and therefore, by law, they don't need to be tabled in the House. And the second point about the pre-publication scrutiny, maybe the government agencies need to appreciate. When you have a pre-publication scrutiny with this committee, then you panel beat some of the gaps, and the possibility of passing are higher, rather than wait. Anyway, let's hear Honorable Macau.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I must say that from the onset, I support the annulment of these regulations, Mr. Speaker. I really, when I listen to the majority leader articulate, I felt like he really understood the whole gist of the matter. Mr. Speaker, the rider of this registration, Mr. Speaker, is public participation. One of the key stakeholders in this area is National Land Commission. And Mr. Speaker, I've learned that the National Land Commission was not consulted. Mr. Speaker, if you look at Article 67, where functions of National Land Commission are articulated, Mr. Speaker, without involving them, it is really serious ignorance. Mr. Speaker, you know, Kenya's land, 60% of Kenya's land is not surveyed. So, Mr. Speaker, if we can sneak in these regulations, Mr. Speaker, you can imagine the Ministry of Lands introducing electronic land transaction. This will be a mega fraud, Mr. Speaker. And sometimes I wonder, Mr. Speaker, really, and that's why I cannot wait for the BBI to come here, Mr. Speaker, so that we have ministers come from this house. Mr. Speaker, some of these CSs don't understand the needs and likes of Kenyans. Mr. Speaker, if the CS Lands was representing people like me, he will understand that 60% of Kenyans' land is not registered. And if you can introduce them to electronic land registration and transaction, Mr. Speaker, you are punishing them, and they will be vulnerable. Mr. Speaker, I'm an expert in land matters, and I can tell you for free, if this is let go, Mr. Speaker, we are going to have mega fraud in land. Mr. Speaker, you'll be having your parcel of land somewhere in Mombasa, and you hear it was registered electronically, it is gone, it has been charged. By the time you go to court, you will never we will never know what happened to your land. So, Mr. Speaker, I agree with the Committee of Delegated Legislation when they come up with such recommendations, Mr. Speaker, because I know, they know, and they dug into, pertinent issues. Mr. Speaker, I want to tell you, the Kenya government is also a major stakeholder in land registration in this country. So, if, for example, even Parliament was not consulted, Mr. Speaker, how do we allow such amendments and such regulation to be sneaked? Mr. Speaker, I agree in totality with the committee that these regulations be annulled and thrown away with immediate effect, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we are yet.
Order, Honorable Makau. What is your intervention, Honorable Majority Leader?
Honorable Speaker, you know, Honorable Makau is an expert on land, not in terms of professionalism, but he was the chairman of Machakos, mayor of Machakos County, Masaku. It was called Masaku. But I really want him to see it's not in order to say that it has been sneaked. These are official regulations. They come, they're tabled. But I agree with him. They have got they have got serious issues. But the word sneaking, it didn't come to the house. It came officially. They were so maybe you can paraphrase it.
Honorable Makau, I'm sure you are well advised.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
It never sneaks here.
You know, the leader majority is averse with the regulations, rules, standing orders of this house. So I stand guided. And Mr. Speaker, I still want to comment that land matters are very emotive, Mr. Speaker. And we cannot allow such regulations to be published without proper consultations. Mr. Speaker, that's why I stand here and I said I'm supporting this motion so that the nitty-gritties of electronically transactions are well looked into properly, Mr. Speaker. Because, Mr. Speaker, you'll wonder why most countries, very, very developed countries, Mr. Speaker, land matters are still analog. Mr. Speaker, we are still grappling with the ICT knowledge. Mr. Speaker, 60% of Kenyans, particularly the landowners, are not ICT savvy, Mr. Speaker. And once you introduce this, you can imagine the majority of Kenyans wanting to access to their land status. Mr. Speaker, you are told to go online. Most of our parents, Mr. Speaker, cannot do that. So I think, Mr. Speaker, we need thorough consultation before these regulations are passed. And I think the committee is in order to nullify it until further consultations are made. And as representatives of people, Mr. Speaker, we concur as a house and see to it what is good for Kenyans and what is good for land registration. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Lands, as it is, I am sure, even these recommendations maybe did not emanate from the office of the CS, but emanated from somewhere. You know, the ministry is still ruled by cartels, Mr. Speaker. And some of these regulations, Mr. Speaker, could have been aimed purposely by someone who wants to benefit from somewhere. Mr. Speaker, I'm speaking because, you know, I think the constituency that is marred by land problems in this country is Mavoko. Mr. Speaker, until the other day, 80% of Mavoko land was not registered, Mr. Speaker. And you know, you can imagine, Mavoko is Machakos County, but 80% of title deeds are titled in Nairobi. Mr. Speaker, when you look at the land policy and the new constitution, that is why land matters was devolved, so that counties could address land matters effectively. Others, Mr. Speaker, that's the reason why land registries were removed from Nairobi and devolved to the counties. But up to now, you find all the land frauds, particularly in my constituency, the fraud is being conducted from headquarters. Mr. Speaker, so you can imagine if we are still analog, if we were to allow this to go and consult it, Mr. Speaker, we'll have more land lost through electronic transaction. So, Mr. Speaker, those few remarks, I support, and I support. Thank you.
Honorable Kibuguchi, Wamalwa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would like to also join my colleagues in congratulating the Committee of Delegated Legislation for annulling these regulations. Mr. Speaker, as has been said, land in Kenya is very sensitive. Indeed, land everywhere in the world is very sensitive. And land is the means of production. Land in this country has been one of the reasons why we fought very hard to get independence in this country, Mr. Speaker. And so land, to many people, land is very, very dear to very many people, very many communities' hearts, Mr. Speaker. So anything that appears, or anything that appears on the face of it, that is something that might perpetuate or introduce some kind of fraud or some kind of fraud, let me use that word, Mr. Speaker. I think as Kenyans and right-thinking Kenyans, we need to reject that, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, has been said, many of Kenyans are not ICT savvy. And as we can see throughout the world, now most of the sophisticated frauds in the world are actually perpetrated through or conducted through the ICT. And so for an item that is as sensitive as land, I think what we need to do is consultation and public participation, and all the other avenues of consultation, Mr. Speaker, should have been as broad and as wide as possible. What we have heard from the committee, and I agree with them, is there was no adequate public participation, Mr. Speaker. And so if the public did not participate as much as possible, I think that is one of the reasons, and I agree with them, that why this regulation need to be annulled, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the other aspect is what we have been told about the chief registrar, chief land registrar. This individual has been given a lot of powers. Almost, he has been given a lot of powers, Mr. Speaker. And we know that power corrupts. And Mr. Speaker, we know that power corrupts and absolute power corrupts absolutely. So, Mr. Speaker, this individual needs to be given, so to speak, he needs to be given areas or roadblocks or maybe what we can call these days speed governor to slow him down, Mr. Speaker, so that he's not given absolute powers, as has been alluded to. Mr. Speaker, we want, when we have electronic land transactions, we want to make sure that all the loopholes where fraud can be perpetuated have been sealed, Mr. Speaker. And for us to be satisfied with that, and for us to go together with the new development in terms of electronic land transactions, Mr. Speaker, we have to be satisfied that all the loopholes have been sealed, Mr. Speaker. I wouldn't want to go very far, Mr. Speaker. I agree. I agree with the committee, and I think we need to go back to the drawing board to make sure that these regulations are looked at afresh and with as many people and as many groups as possible, Mr. Speaker. So for those remarks, Mr. Speaker, I support the committee. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Abogo Gojiri.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I stand to support the annulment of, I stand to support the report of the committee. Mr. Speaker, I was just thinking about the impact of having our land registry digitized. This is in a country where we haven't been able to figure out how to secure our digital space, Mr. Speaker. And one of the most dangerous things about digital space is its ability to condense crime. Mr. Speaker, when I think about the kind of problems we have as a country on the issue of land and land ownership, I think about the challenges that people are having as we speak with hard copy title deeds, people still forging documents. Mr. Speaker, and then I start imagining if we were to digitize our land registry, and at a time when we have not figured out, when we have not completed securing our cyberspace, or we haven't come up with laws that we are able to actually guarantee that our cyberspace is secure, I get very scared, Mr. Speaker. And I was looking at the report, and I saw some of the, when I saw the public participation aspect that was done by the ministry and the Land Commission, and I actually noticed, I don't know whether it was an oversight by the committee or whether they actually did not meet, but they met stakeholders of land, but they did not meet any stakeholders of the digital environment. They did not meet people who deal with the security of the digital environment. And I find myself wondering, you know, digitizing a registry is not just about picking the documents and putting them on a soft copy. It is also being sure that once those documents are put on soft copy, they will not be accessible by anybody apart from the person who is authorized, Mr. Speaker. It worries me because I don't see, I do not imagine, and I do not think that the ministry and the people who are, the people involved in this have thought about how they are going to make sure that that the information that is kept in digital space is actually secure. Mr. Speaker, as a member of the Security Committee, I know we have been struggling with the issue of cybersecurity. And Mr. Speaker, I would want, when this bill, if we are going to actually think about digitizing the land registry, I would want to see an explanation of how that registry is going to be secure from unauthorized access. Mr. Speaker, land in this country has been behind a lot of conflict. Land has been behind conflict in families, land has been behind conflict in communities. Mr. Speaker, if we are not able and we're not sure that we have secured the land, the registry in a way that unauthorized people cannot access it, I would encourage us to completely avoid a situation where we digitize the land registry. So, Mr. Speaker, until we come back with a solution to how we are going to secure that registry, I would support the annulment of the digitization of the land registry until a time we have been able to solve that problem. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
We shall have Honorable Odepe.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I would like to join my fellow members to support this report, Honorable Speaker. First of all, Honorable Speaker, for us to have this digitalization in this country, we must give title deeds to all our lands. Because, Honorable Speaker, there are some parts in this country that we don't have title deeds. And this document, Honorable Speaker, helps people to own the land. And that's why we are saying, before we rush to digitalization, can we first give the ownership, the benefits of owning it by giving or issuing title deeds to the areas that we don't have title deeds? Like now, hard areas, whereby you have a big land, but you don't have any benefit from that land. So, Honorable Speaker, I suggest and I propose that it is a good idea that we do all land transaction by digitalizing all the documents, because it will be evidence that you have bought that land or you have transferred to somebody, and that will help us to reduce corruption in the land ministry. Because, Honorable Speaker, we have the cartels in this country who are using land transactions as a way of getting money from the people. You can discover one land has been sold to 3 to 4 people, and each person, Honorable Speaker, has a title deed. And you wonder, when they go to court, each person produces a title deed, which came out of the government offices. So, Honorable Speaker, we need to digitalize our land transaction so that it can go to records. Only one owner owns one land, than having 3 title deeds in one land. That's why some families are fighting. That's why some communities fight each other. You see, like now what happened in Mau. Those people bought the land, and they were given even the title deeds. But now, because there were no digitalized transactions that were done, those people were evacuated from that land. So, Honorable Speaker, I think it is high time this country must go that direction. And one of the things that we have lacked in the BBI report that was launched today by His Excellency the President is that all the government transactions, all the government businesses must be done through digitalization process so that it can has record left behind. Because handwritten, MOU done by written, sometimes people trust each other. And that trust is being broken when you realize that they have conned you your money, they have taken away your property without your knowledge. So, Honorable Speaker, it's high time for us to make sure that we have digitalized our transaction. Another thing, Honorable Speaker, is that many people who bought the land in this country, some of them died, and their relatives and their beneficiaries, people were supposed to take over. They don't have the document. So it's also high time to help the people of that category by calling them to come out so that we can give them the ownership of the land. By doing what? By doing digitalization, by doing electronic transaction, so that they can own the land. There are children whose their parents died, and they don't know where the documents of the land are. We need to help that category of people. We need to tell them, come out. If you have a land that is not registered and you know for sure it belongs to you, then you can get some evidences from the chief and other people so that we can give those people also the ownership. Because there's people who are saying in the land like IDPs, and yet that land belongs to them. So, Honorable Speaker, I would like to support, and I want to say that we need to encourage people to come out so that they can be right owners of those land. And finally, Honorable Speaker, as we do electronic transactions, we need to make sure that they are all over, including even your own Uduma number, so that when you press the button, all your documents are under your Uduma number, and whatever you will be, you can actually follow up and see who has played with your document. The way now we are doing for transferring the logbooks, Yeah, it's a very good transaction. It's done electronically, and you realize that already you have your logbook with you. So, Honorable Speaker, with those few remarks, I want to say I support it. Thank you.
Yes, very well. Let's have Honorable Django Patrick Kimani Wainaina, member for the Town. You have 4 names. Honorable
Thank you.
Django.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. And I actually rise to oppose in that this report because the idea is the fact that the land has been not digitized for this long, and the moment that we want to digitize, and then we have got headwinds about this. I think the issue is that we have waited so long, and I'm talking this from experience because in Thika we have a land registry that is actually serving Kiambu, part of Kiambu and part of Muranga. And what has happened here is that the moment you go to a land registry, you meet so many brokers, and something as simple as land search is such a big issue, and it can take even a week or 2 weeks before even you do the land search. But basically, I'm looking at a situation where you are allowed to do search electronically. You can do that at the comfort of your room. So basically, I think it is, I don't think there will be a time that we will say as a country that we are ready for anything. But if we go ahead and we say that let us digitize this, I think it's a learning process, and people will learn as they do it. I also understand and I recognize the fact that the chief land registrar has a lot of power in this one, but I think what we would have done is to do an amendment right on what we think is not right. Now, I didn't want to mention issues that have happened actually in Thika, and what has happened mainly is you find, like now I have got an issue of the land of Del Monte. And Del Monte land, this land, the lease is expiring in about 2 years. And if you go to the land ministry, you find the issues of that the files are not available, somebody has misplaced something, and we are talking of a company that is bringing this country $10 billion in turnover. And then when we start joking around with the lease, and you know, this is a company that needs to do their planning for 10 years. And the fact that now it's only 2 years and they have no lease, I think is a very, very serious issue. And if these things were electronic already, then it means that these people could be able to do their things in a very quick manner, in a fast manner. The other day, we were talking about, can we have this land surveyed? Even that one was a very big issue. So my thinking and my contribution is that let us not play, let's not get complacent with the land. Land means money. And the fact that somebody is unable to do transactions on his land, the fact that somebody is unable to do title deed on his land, that means this person cannot even be able to go to the bank and get money. So that means the whole of the economy is dragging because of some issues that we could have sorted out, and we could have said, you know, we are building economy because we have got an asset, we have got capital, but you are sleeping on it. So, Mr. Speaker, sir, I oppose this report, and thank you so much.
Very well. Honorable Manzo is the one who had moved. Is Honorable Manzo present to reply? Honorable Manzo isn't. In the circumstances, we shall have him reply. We shall have reply in the next time this is sorted, the other paper. Next order.
Order number 12, motion, report on the supplementary estimate 1 for financial year 2019-2020.
Chairperson, Budget and Appropriations Committee, you have the floor.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Speaker, in line with Standing Order number 48, I beg to move the motion in an amended form that this House adopts the report of the Budget and Appropriations Committee on the supplementary estimates, 1, for the financial year 2019-2020, laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, November 26, 2019, and pursuant to the provisions of Article 223 of the Constitution, Section 44 of the Public Finance Management Act 2012, Public Finance Management Regulations 40, and Standing Order 243. 1, approves a reduction of the total recurrent expenditure for financial year 2019-2020 by Kenya shillings 3 billion, 329,017,004 in respect of the votes as contained in the first schedule. 2, approves an increase of the total development expenditure for the financial year 2019-2020 by Kenya shillings 74,875,403,054 in millions, Honorable Speaker, in respect of the votes as contained in the first schedule. 3, approves an overall increase in the total budget for the financial year 2019-2020 by Kenya shillings in millions, again 74,546,386,050 in respect of the votes as contained in the first schedule, and further makes the policy resolutions contained in the second schedule to the order paper. Honorable Speaker, we did table this report yesterday in the House, and this is the first supplementary budget for the financial year 2019-2020.
I think, Honorable Kimani Ichung'wah, I guess you mentioned that you're moving in the
yes, in an amended form.
As per Standing Order number 48.
Number 48, yes.
So that is on record.
Yes, I did state that, Honorable Speaker, as I began. Honorable Speaker, I was saying this supplementary estimates is a first supplementary budget for the financial year 2019-2020, prepared, Honorable Speaker, in the backdrop of reviewed economic growth targets, and also, Honorable Speaker, upon realization by the National Treasury that in view of the underperformance of our revenue estimates in the financial year 2018-2019, that the revenue estimates that were there for this financial year may not be realized, and they were slightly overstated. But, Honorable Speaker, the National Treasury has taken measures to mop up revenues or more surplus monies that were being held by parastatals and other MDAs, Honorable Speaker, to the tune of about 78 billion. Therefore, what has been reduced in our targeted revenues by about 100 billion, Honorable Speaker, has been mitigated by that mop-up of surplus cash that was being held by parastatals. Honorable Speaker, because of time, I do not want to say much, but this being the first supplementary budget, Honorable Speaker, the only thing I wish to note is, 1, that it is a budget that is incremental in nature, which is way out of the ordinary in a supplementary budget. Honorable Speaker, would expect that with the austerity measures that were expected to be taken, that we would be reducing this budget. And also in line with that endeavor, Honorable Speaker, as we were told by the Cabinet Secretary, for austerity measures, and in view of the expected shortfall in revenues, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, in our BPS report last year, 2018-2019, and also 2019-2020, we did express as a committee our concerns on the realism of our revenue estimates, and this remains to date, Honorable Speaker. And the committee has expressed its concern again, once again, that as much as we are reviewing this budget and reviewing it upwards, we are still not very realistic with our revenue estimates. But we want to believe and trust what the National Treasury and Kenya Revenue Authority are telling us, Honorable Speaker, and we have indeed allocated additional resources to the Kenya Revenue Authority to enable them to recruit additional staff and also support them in reforms that would help them to collect more revenues, Honorable Speaker. And they have promised that with the recruitment of an additional almost 1,000 officers, they will be able to collect an additional 50 billion shillings that would go towards bridging the budget deficit that we have this year, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I do not want to go through all the recommendations, the policy recommendations and the financial recommendations that are there in the report, because that members, I'm sure, have read. But just to mention one or two things, Honorable Speaker, on
what, Honorable Speaker, has been a debate on conforming with legal requirements, especially, Honorable Speaker, as pertains the public finance management regulations, especially on programs budgets that should not be varied beyond 10%. We have had an engagement with the National Treasury because we did discover that at least 37 programs were beyond that 10% threshold, Honorable Speaker. And as much as they have argued that they have a varying opinion for the AG, who surprisingly participated in the formulation of the PFM regulations, Honorable Speaker. But we have agreed with them that this would be the last budget that, unless the regulations are amended and they get clarity from the Attorney General on this particular aspect, we should, as a House that is a lawmaking body, adhere to the law as it is in our statutes and in our books, Honorable Speaker. The other issue that's of concern, Honorable Speaker, is on issues to do with the use of Article 223 that I have spoken to at length, Honorable Speaker. And again, there is an item of 1.16 billion shillings relating to the Ministry of Energy on the Loyangalani Turkana wind power project, Honorable Speaker, whose decision we have deferred until the next budget estimates, pending the finalization of an audit report that the House did resolve at the time we were doing the budget estimates earlier this year, that it be tabled before the House and be considered by the relevant committees, Honorable Speaker, and therefore we have deferred that particular decision. Honorable Speaker, there also has been concern of payments being made, for instance, for things like insurance, especially in donor-funded projects, before budgetary allocations are made, and the case in point again in the energy sector, with power project, transmission power project by Ketraco, from Loyangalani, Marsabit, to Isiolo, to Thika, and Konza. And this particular amount, Honorable Speaker, a figure of about 2.6 billion shillings had been paid for insurance, yet no resources had been committed. And the project requires about 5.8 billion shillings, Honorable Speaker. The Committee on Energy had reallocated an amount of 500 million shillings because of the constraint in resources, Honorable Speaker, at this particular time and the huge budget deficit that we encounter. We have recommended that the National Treasury either institutes measures to recover the 2.6 billion or to, by the beginning of the next financial year, Honorable Speaker, to provide adequate resources to be able to kickstart this project so that we do not lose the insurance money, and also institute measures to ensure by the time you commit either commitment fees or insurance amounts like this, you have provided for those particular projects, Honorable Speaker, in the budgets. Honorable Speaker, lastly, is on the question of the budget deficit. As I indicated, Honorable Speaker, it's surprising that we are moving our first supplementary budget with against a backdrop of a very huge budget deficit. Not also to forget, Honorable Speaker, that as I mentioned, our revenue projections don't seem to be very realistic, as much as we want to give benefit of the doubt to government that they may be able to meet this any revenue shortfalls in the year. But, Honorable Speaker, it is a matter of concern that should we not be able to meet our revenue targets this year, and already we have created with this supplementary budget a financing deficit of over 100 billion shillings, over and above, Honorable Speaker, the 635 billion that was there in our approved budget estimates in June. Then, Honorable Speaker, it means if we do not meet our revenue targets this year, then we'll be looking at more borrowing coming from government having to borrow more. In the backdrop, Honorable Speaker, of the removal of interest capping rates, we are concerned that that may affect negatively the interest rates regime in this country, and probably also push, as much as we've had assurances from the Cabinet Secretary, that there will be no more commercial debt borrowing, Honorable Speaker, but there might be that chance that we may see additional commercial borrowing or even other forms of borrowing, Honorable Speaker. And therefore, we want to caution as a committee, and we have expressed all these concerns, Honorable Speaker, in the policy recommendations and the financial recommendations that we have had, that we may be looking at a situation where we may have to borrow more. Honorable Speaker, the only solution remains with the National Treasury, either in the second supplementary budget, Honorable Speaker, to drastically reduce on our expenditure, especially on those items that will not have been committed to by the time we are doing the second supplementary budget after we resume from the long recess, Honorable Speaker, or to push the Kenya Revenue Authority to drastically improve their revenue collections, and we have hope that they will be able to do that. Last year, Honorable Speaker, House resolutions that have been passed, I did mention the House resolution on the question of the Lake Turkana Wind Power Project. As much as the excuse that has been given is that there is no substantive Auditor General in office to sign the report, I think from the time we passed the budget, the Auditor General was leaving office in August. There was time to finalize that audit. There was also a resolution touching on universal health care, which we have expressed concern, Honorable Speaker, that resolution has not been followed through, and I want to implore on the Executive and the National Treasury to ensure that all House resolutions, Honorable Speaker, are followed through to the letter. And particularly on the UHC, there are also concerns, Honorable Speaker, that we may be clawing back on what is a devolved function, clawing back on devolution, Honorable Speaker, in terms of functions that are now being done by the national government. But we have been assured that there are engagements between the Council of Governors, and we want to encourage them, Honorable Speaker, so that we are not in any way seen to be clawing back on the gains of devolution, Honorable Speaker. The national government has no business going to construct level 1, 2, and 3 dispensaries in our counties, Honorable Speaker, when we have county governments that are charged with this function. Honorable Speaker, it has been the view of the committee that these amounts ought to have been better utilized through the counties by giving them through the Division of Revenue Bill as conditional grants to the counties. And we do hope, Honorable Speaker, because we have had that assurance from the Cabinet Secretary in the National Treasury, that they're engaging with the Ministry of Health and the Council of Governors, and we do hope that what may not have been spent by the time we do the second supplementary maybe can be factored into in the next financial year as part of our Division of Revenue Bill. And it will go a long way, Honorable Speaker, in helping us between the two houses, the usual fight we have over the Division of Revenue, Honorable Speaker. With that, Honorable Speaker, I beg to move, and I want to request the Leader of Minority, Honorable John Buddy, to second.
Leader of the Minority Party, Honorable John Buddy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as I second this motion, I want to start by saying that I've stood here on several occasions during the processing of budget estimates, and I've always emphasized one point, on the need to have credible budgets, which are based on realism of projections on economic growth, revenues, expenditures, and above all, public debt. Mr. Speaker, honorable members will allow me to emphasize that the budget is not just about a game of numbers. It is a means through which a country can realize its agenda, growth agenda, Mr. Speaker. However, this realization will remain a mirage so long as those charged with the responsibility of forecasting these variables are not keen. Mr. Speaker, credible revenue projections, credible expenditure projections, and credible public debt, those three items are the cornerstone of sound and credible budgets. You must get revenue projection right, you must get expenditure projections and estimates right, and you must get public debt projection right if you have to have a credible budget. But Mr. Speaker, looking back over the last 5 years, we have never been within the economic growth targets, nor the revenue targets. For example, in 2011-2012, Mr. Speaker, we missed the revenue targets by 6%. In financial year 2015-2016, we missed it with close to 12%. And more recently, Mr. Speaker, 2017-2018, we have missed the target with close to 20%. Mr. Speaker, you can see the trend. It is worrying. And all of us must get concerned. And I wonder how much we are likely to miss the target in 2019-2020. Mr. Speaker, with the overambitious budget that we had of revenue projection, upwards of 1.87 trillion, it is obvious that we are going to miss the target for this year with a significant amount of money. However, the Treasury has proposed to revise downwards the revenue projection, but I still believe that that revision is still it's still below the actual possible amount with which we are going to miss the revenue targets. We have a new cabinet secretary in the Treasury. And Mr. Speaker, we want to support the new cabinet secretary because following his pronouncements, we see renewed vigor, we see passion from a government officer who is ready and interested in making sure that we have realistic targets and that our economy is managed differently. Mr. Speaker, those of us with financial backgrounds are very worried. We are very worried that for over these years, we have had a treasury that is composed of technocrats, that we have employed men and women whom we believe are qualified enough and competent enough to help this country come up with figures that are realistic and even help this country grow its wealth. But Mr. Speaker, I will tell you that we have been very wrong. So, Mr. Speaker, something has to be done by the leadership of this country. We have to speak with ourselves and speak to the Treasury and tell the Treasury that we are not going to take further, we are not going to take any over projections of revenue anymore. Mr. Speaker, it has become a normal trend where agencies appear lamenting on how budget cuts will adversely affect their operations. But Mr. Speaker, what should we do? If from the initial stage or stages, these agencies could have been allocated resources based on credible budgets, then they can adjust early and live within their means and would not be talking on being targeted for budget cuts, which is a common perception among agencies. So, Mr. Speaker, that is where we should start. We should start with realistic budgets. Let us give the agencies realistic budgets within which they can live so that they can adjust their operations, their activities, and their spending. They can cut their clothes according to their sizes. Mr. Speaker, look at what we have before us. One, we are projected to borrow 635 billion as public debt, Mr. Speaker, for the financial year 2019-2020. This projection, the projected borrowing may go up because already we are cutting the revenue projection. And Mr. Speaker, there is also increased expenditure in this supplementary budget. Initially it was 80, at least we have 80 billion, at least we have tried as budget committee to bring it down. But still, we must accept that the budget deficit is going to be higher than 634 that we had initially. Let me remind this House, Mr. Speaker, that having supplementary budget is not a desirable budgeting practice, since it reduces credibility of budgets. Mr. Speaker, budget process is a process, as the name suggests. It starts from September, when BROP is approved, budget review and outlook paper, which shows or demonstrates or tells the whole country how we have performed in the previous financial year and how we are likely to progress. But this, Mr. Speaker, goes to BPS and it comes budget policy statement and then comes to budget estimate. This House is not supposed to entertain in-year budget revisions, not unless it is on account of what is provided for in the Constitution. Mr. Speaker, the National Treasury should therefore ensure that the economic growth numbers are factual and based on the reality to inform and ensure credible budget is prepared, devoid of in-year revisions, Mr. Speaker. But, Mr. Speaker, it has become a trend that every year we must have 2 supplementary budgets. In fact, before 2013, we were used to one supplementary budget. Now there are two. I think before we know it, this country will start having three supplementary budgets. 1, 2, 3. And it has become like a song. You could even hear the chairman keeps on repeating, Mr. Speaker. I want to urge my chairman, Honorable Ichung'wah, that he should not even talk about supplementary budget 2. Let Treasury talk of these bad manners, but let us not, as a House, encourage supplementary budget 2. Let us assume that this is going to be the last supplementary budget for this year. If anything, we have a few months to the next financial year. Let Treasury focus now on 2020-2021 budget. Mr. Speaker, in the 2010 Constitution, the 2010 Constitution provided a framework for sharing nationally raised resources. Just the other day, we took so many months, I think, disagreeing on division of revenue bill, Mr. Speaker. It should be understood that once we do the sharing of revenue, that should be it. Each year, we have been sharing resources between the national and county levels of government. This sharing of resources is guided by the principle that resources follow functions. But honorable members will realize that health and agriculture, which are two devolved functions, if you review the budget, you'll realize that more resources are still being allocated to the health ministry at the national level, to the agriculture ministry at the national level, even more than what used to be allocated before devolution. Mr. Speaker, in 2011-2012, only 64 billion was allocated in the Ministry of Health for both recurrent and development expenditure. But right now, the budget we approved in June has 92.7 billion. If we approve this supplementary budget again, it's going to go up. And Mr. Speaker, we have spoken to the CS Treasury, and we are going to get more and more involved now with this process. Both at the leadership, I want the leader of majority who is acting as the leader, who is also like the leader of government business, and myself, who is expected, so to speak, to be leading opposition, although there is no position in this parliament. If BBI passes, then we will now have official leader of opposition. And we will have the leader of government business who will be the prime minister. Probably I'll be the prime minister and Wale will be the leader of the official opposition, or vice versa. In that case, Mr. Speaker, I can hear there's talk of we are one thing. We are not one thing, we are different. But what I'm saying, we must, the two of us, together with the budget committee, must now get more and more engaged in this budget process to go together, to move together with the Treasury so that this country is saved from this kind of knee-jerk reaction or response to budget-making process. Mr. Speaker, another key concern that I have as we discuss these supplementary estimates is the National Treasury decision of not respecting the other two arms of government when it comes to resource allocation. Mr. Speaker, the people of Kenya decided to make the budget of parliament and the budget of judiciary independent from the executive's control. But the National Treasury seems to imagine that parliament and judiciary are just like any other agency within the executive, and as such, they can revise the budgets of these two arms of government arbitrarily without consultations and even go ahead and effect the changes on IFMIS, which is illegal, Mr. Speaker. I want to talk to our friend, the CS Ukuru Yatani. Is a new broom. Let us make sure that the Treasury respects the two arms of government as the Constitution stipulates. Look at the articles which guides the budgeting for Parliament and that of the judiciary, and respect. Mr. Speaker, let me remind the National Treasury that the three arms of government are equal and must be treated as equals, more so when it comes to allocation of resources. This is the only way to guarantee an effective government which is working in a seamless way for public good. Mr. Speaker, again regrettably, the National Treasury has continued with the trend of flouting the provisions of Public Finance Management Act regarding supplementary budgets. Mr. Speaker, for instance, quite a number of allocations for programs which various agencies are implementing have been adjusted by more than 10%, which is against the law. Mr. Speaker, the justification that we got from the Treasury was that the Attorney General advised that the 10% should affect the total budget, not the budget lines, the various budget lines. But the public finance management regulations, rules and regulations are very clear that on each program that is being implemented, you cannot adjust through a supplementary budget or supplementary budgets with more than 10%, either upwards or downwards. So that excuse of saying that it is the Treasury, it is the Attorney General, does not fly, because Attorney General is not supposed to write the laws of this country. The Attorney General is supposed to interpret and help us understand the laws, especially where they are not clear. But where they are clear, there is no need to seek for the Attorney General's opinion. Mr. Speaker, a number of new projects have been introduced which grossly undermine the principle of MTEF, and to make it worse, the National Treasury has not given an indication on how the additional expenditures will be financed as required by the law. Mr. Speaker, this begs the question on whether the National Treasury is keen in fully implementing the provisions of the law relating to public finance. I want to go on to say that, Mr. Speaker, from the look of things, it seems the National Treasury is partially endeavoring to implement PFM laws, partially, not wholly. Yet what is required of them is to follow to the latter the provisions of the statutes. Let me warn the National Treasury that this House will not approve anything contained in supplementary estimates which is contrary to the provisions of the law. Mr. Speaker, the committee was concerned and is still concerned about the impact of a high deficit budget, especially under the prevailing economic environment. And I've spoken to that, Mr. Speaker. I don't want to belabor the point. The committee has tried to rationalize the supplementary budget further in order to reduce the deficit. Mr. Speaker, the issues around Big Four agenda and the UHC, even us, we agree that this is a Big Four agenda, legacy of the president, very important for this country, very important for the rural health care and everybody else. We need our people to be treated, but we should also not give space for corruption and theft of public funds. I hope you'll give me 1 minute because I'm just about to finish. Theft of public funds, because this ministry must be looked at critically. In fact, we have told the CS Treasury he has a responsibility in the law to ensure prudent use of our funds in all ministries. So if he's suspicious that the Ministry of Health could be doing things that are not prudent in managing our resources, it is his responsibility.
You have 1 minute, Honorable Minority Leader.
I second with those many remarks. Thank you.
Very well. Honorable members, wish to propose a question, which is that this House adopts the report of the Budget and Appropriations Committee on the Supplementary Estimates 1 for the financial year 2019-2020, laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, November 26, 2019, and pursuant to the provisions of Article 223 of the Constitution of Kenya, Section 44 of the Public Finance Management Act 2012, Public Finance Management Regulation 40, and Standing Order 243. 1. Approves a reduction of the total recurrent expenditure for financial year 2019-2020 by Kenya shillings 329,017,004 in respect of the votes as contained in the first schedule. 2. Approves an increase of the total development expenditure for the financial year 2019-2020 by Kenya shillings 74,875,403,054 in respect of the votes contained in the first schedule. 3. Approves an overall increase in the total budget for financial year 2019-2020 by Kenya shillings 74,546,386,050 in respect of the votes as contained in the first schedule. And 4. further makes the policy resolutions contained in the second schedule to the order paper. Shall we start with Honorable Makarimu?
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the chance also to add my voice to this important bill, the supplementary bill, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to join my colleagues, the Chair of Budget, and Honorable Mbandi, who is also a member of that committee, in saying that we have discussed these amendments, proposed amendments, as a budget committee. And Mr. Speaker, we have made quite a number of observations, which we want to share with the honorable members as a way of improving the budget making process, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, you realize that Parliament, and more so the National Assembly as a house, has now a very huge mandate in terms of budget making. And this house, Honorable Speaker, cannot be taken for granted when it comes to discussing the budgets. And that's why anytime we get these budget proposals, Honorable Speaker, as a committee we sit down and try to do justice to the figures as a way of ensuring that we have prudent use of public resources. Honorable Speaker, the figures have been mentioned by my chairman, so I don't want to go to the figures. But I just want to say this, Honorable Speaker. This is the first supplementary budget in the history of this country to have the figures, the overall budget figures, increase, Mr. Speaker. If you, Mr. Speaker, I want just to remind the budget we passed in June was 3.02 trillion. This supplementary budget has actually proposed to increase that figure by an additional figure of about 80 billion. And Mr. Speaker, when we are all talking about austerity measures in this economy, I think it doesn't send the right signals when we see the overall budget being increased, Honorable Speaker. And that's why the Budget Committee went out of their way to see how we can really bring this budget deficit down from about 80 billion to about 49, Honorable Speaker. So some of the cuts you see proposed here, Mr. Speaker, both in recurrent and development, Mr. Speaker, was in an attempt to make sure that we don't worsen the situation of public debt, which you all know is rising. And it's on the basis of that fact that the public debt is rising, Mr. Speaker, that the Budget and Appropriation Committee of this House has recommended that there is need to establish an independent debt management office so that our public debt is managed independently from Treasury, Honorable Speaker, as a way of making sure that we get value for money and making sure that we don't overburden our future generations with public debt. The other important thing, Mr. Speaker, we must realize is, Honorable Mbanda has mentioned, in this budget, we have a lot of new projects proposed. While we appreciate, Honorable Speaker, that there was need to realign the budget with the Big Four, but you must note, Mr. Speaker, that while that makes a lot of sense, I think in terms of timing, and Mr. Speaker, the answer can bear as witness that we did say in this House that when we were doing the annual estimates, the budget for Big Four had not been properly factored into the budget. And we did request, Mr. Speaker, that the executive take their time so that they give us a budget which is aligned to the Big Four. That had not been done. Now look at the time it is coming. We all want to support the executive in terms of implementing the Big Four, because the Big Four is important to this economy. It is very important. And to the people of Kenya. But we cannot allow, Mr. Speaker, a situation where Treasury thinks that they're going to be bringing new projects anytime. The other thing, Mr. Speaker, which is important, and you must notice, this country, if you travel to this country, all over this country, we have a lot of stored projects. Stored. Projects which we have sunk a lot of public money, and they are not providing any value to Kenyans. There's no service Kenyans are getting from those stored projects. And Honorable Speaker, I think time has come when this country must make a decision on what to do with stored projects. Do we condemn them and say we are done with them? And if we don't condemn them, Honorable Speaker, time has come when we must now provide money for them to be completed so that Kenyans can start enjoying the benefits of this project. And I think if we do that, we'll be helping this country. Honorable Speaker, we have just come from the BBI meeting. And one of the things Kenyans said all over the place is that the government is not working for Kenyans. That us, the elite, the political class, we are working for ourselves, forgetting the masses who are all over the country. And I think time has come, Mr. Speaker, we must make sure that these stored projects which are all over the country are completed so that Kenyans can start benefiting from them. Honorable Speaker, there's this animal in town called IFMIS. And what is coming out, Honorable Speaker, is that IFMIS is being used as a tool for controlling the budget which has been passed by this House. This House passes a budget, and it says these are the figures. Then when it comes to uploading the same budget to the IFMIS, Treasury, I don't know with whose authority, changes the figures. I think, Honorable Speaker, we must demand as a House that whatever budget is passed by this House, like now when we pass this supplementary budget, Honorable Speaker, this House must demand through the implementation committee that the budget is uploaded into the IFMIS the way it has been approved by this House. And it can only be changed, Honorable Speaker, if another supplementary budget comes and this House passes a supplementary appropriation act. And unless we have that, then, Honorable Speaker, we are not doing justice to this country. Honorable Speaker, the other thing which is coming out, and which is worth noting, Kenyans to note, is that the control of budget.
Order, Honorable Makari. I'm afraid it is 7. The House must rise. The good news is that the remainder of your time is safe. And there are quite a number of other members who wanted to speak to this. The still good news is that this is not concluded. You still have an opportunity when the House business sorts it next time. Honorable members, the time being 7 p.m., this House started adjourned till Thursday, 28th November 2019 at 2:30 p.m.